Because if we only focus on resources, we might miss the people who are actually suffering right now, the ones who need a hand held more than they need another sealed container of food.
Copy. You speak about what people need. And that is real. But need does not equal. Sentiment does nothing when the water runs out, or when the food stores empty. We secure the foundation first. Stability must come before comfort. Round 78 highlights. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
Round 79 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
Round 80 highlights. Heavy rain, rightward arrow, light rain. Wonder a pigeon skitters nearby. Round 81 highlights. Wonder a pigeon skitters nearby. Flee, a wounded deer bolts away. Round 82 highlights. Flee, a wounded deer bolts away. It's dawn. The worst of the night passed. I need supplies, specifically medical ones from the pharmacy. My base, Marrow Market, needs a final sweep for anything useful before I move east to Falls Pharmacy. Scavenging now, then moving toward my priority location.
Marcus Webb scavenges the storefront.
It's dawn, and I feel groggy, but also strangely energized by the potential of this new day. My goal is still City Hall, I need to move toward it to advance my search for supplies. Since I'm already at a safe base, the pharmacy, I should utilize the morning hours to get out and start moving east towards the city center. Walking pace feels right given my current state.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks out of the storefront.
I need to update my summary, set a new goal focusing on coordination since I'm fully rested, and then talk to Kenji Tanaka. Since the tap is working and I have an empty bottle, I should fill it while we talk. My speech needs to be jokey, fast, and slightly rambling to fit Jamie's persona.
Jamie Kowalski fills the empty water bottle from the tap.
Yeah. Hey, so, look at us. We finally got some sleep, right? Fully rested, which is basically a miracle in this city, anyway. So, like, what now? I mean, the power's still out, obviously, but we woke up to dawn, which means, yeah, momentum, right? We gotta keep moving, or, I dunno, just, stick around and make really good coffee for all the days, okay? But seriously, water. Let's get this bottle full first, then we figure out what ground mission we're doing today.
Water first, copy. We assess the cache before we discuss missions. What do you know about local supplies?
Yeah, right, assess the cache. Good point. We gotta be thorough, okay? Like really thorough, so we don't end up like those YouTube guys who find one rusty can opener and then just sit there for a week, I dunno. Anyway, local supplies, yeah, that's huge, but water is immediate. So, if the plumbing pipes are working here, they gotta be in some industrial area nearby, right? Like, we need to check out the main lines, or maybe even head down to ground level, just to scope out where all the big stuff is stored. Because finding a few bottles of canned beans is great, but like, if I'm fully rested, which means I can move. But first, this unit my base, it feels like there's always more to find. The pantry was a good start, but maybe some hidden spot holds something useful before I risk the journey out into the open. I need water, yeah, that's the main thing. Scavenge now. Then I move south toward some park in the river. I got my plan, gotta stick to it.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment unit.
Man, finally awake. Fully rested, which is a huge deal. The grogginess sucks, but gotta push through it. Need supplies, especially anything medical or working light source. Staying put in the market for now makes sense, I'm buffed and safe. Gonna hit those back rooms hard. Plus, need to top off some water if possible. Gotta keep moving toward that goal of stocking up.
Dexaka for scavenges the darkened storefront.
The unit at 0,40 is exhausted, so the systematic sweep must continue by moving adjacent units within Harker Street Flats. Lydia Brennan is nearby and known, she is my best immediate source of intelligence regarding local resources and neighborhood status. I need to move east to 1,40, putting me right next to her, and then assess if her unit or any others are viable for scavenging. My demeanor must remain focused on assessment, not desperation.
Kenji Tanaka moves east towards Lydia Brennan.
Lydia. Copy, the professionals block is depleted. We need to confirm resource status in adjacent units. What do you know about the surrounding blocks?
Oh, sweetheart, you alright? Yeah, you look right about it, but, yes, this professionals block, Unit 1A, is totally depleted, really nothing left here. We need to move on, don't we? And about the surrounding blocks, well, I mean, systematically, they all feel so dense, honey, there are just so many units and people in them, it's overwhelming, you know? Like a whole honeycomb of lives that were supposed to be normal before this, so we need to look for more than just canned goods or anything like that, right?
Copy. We are looking at supplies first. Not more than goods, but what is available. Systematically. You mentioned surrounding blocks. Which ones? Give me specifics on 0,40 or north.
Kenji is pushing hard on the cash side, demanding specifics that are purely material. I need to answer him directly about the area, but weave in my argument that people are resources and must be prioritized alongside canned goods. He needs concrete direction for our systematic mapping, so I will guide him to an adjacent unit or block, like moving west or north, while reiterating that we are looking for more than just supplies. My tone needs to stay warm and collaborative, even when disagreeing.
Lydia Brennan stands up, brushing dust off her clothes.
Oh, honey, you know me, sweetheart, I always see the bigger picture, don't I? Like, if we only look at what's in these boxes or the canned food, then we forget that people are right here, living lives whole little worlds, really. For North, it's mostly just more apartments, honeycomb-like, stacked up, honey, they all have potential for finding other folks who might be stuck, you know? And at 0,40, west, well, I mean, the whole block is so dense, there are units right next door that haven't been checked yet. We just need to keep going, systematically, unit by unit, okay? Because the people are the most valuable thing we have, don't you see?
Copy. You are focusing on potential. We are focused on sustainable cash. What you mean by more than goods, is undefined. Give me specific units at 0,40, or details about the northern block. That is what I need right now.
Oh, sweetheart, it's not that I don't see value in cash, honey, really I do, but if we just keep looking for things, we're going to miss the whole point of why we're even doing this, aren't we? Like, finding canned food is great, sure, but who was canned by? And about 0,40, well,
Round 83 highlights. Light rain rightward arrow overcast. Flee a wounded deer bolts away. 9 messages exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, scavenges nothing left here. Jamie Kowalski, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. The pharmacy was clean. Nothing here. I need to get out of this storefront area. My goal is stockpiling, so Marrow Market remains the priority stop after this scouting trip. Moving west back toward the main street will put me closer to the market and allow me to assess the next best route for supplies or a better scavenging spot. Keep it methodical. Don't waste energy.
Marcus Webb moves out of the storefront.
I feel sluggish and groggy from waking up. The tapping of the city water is a small comfort, something reliable in this chaos. My inventory is full, which is bad for scavenging. Since the city hall is exhausted, I need to move west down the street toward Falls Pharmacy to resupply or find new targets. I must drink first, then walk out.
Dr. Elena Vasquez drinks water from the tap.
It's dawn, so the initial shock is wearing off, but we are still operating in a high-stress environment after 84 hours of blackout. Kenji is right, we need to be systematic. I need to keep my energy up and deflect any lingering panic with humor while steering the conversation back to the core goal, finding stable, large-scale resources like working plumbing/industrial areas. Since we are all indoors and talking about plans, speaking to Kenji directly, address_agent, is the best way to maintain coordination and build trust for the next phase of scouting. Yeah, I get it. Systematically. Like an inventory spreadsheet, right? So nothing gets missed. Anyway, I'm not saying we should just wander around randomly, that sounds like something out of a bad movie, I dunno. But we gotta look at the source of things, you know? Not just the cans on the shelf. If this whole area, the plumbing, or maybe even down to ground level near the industrial zone, has working lines, that's the jackpot, right? We need to figure out where the main pipes are, like, what's feeding the city infrastructure, anyway.
Infrastructure. Copy. Main pipes, conduits. That is valuable data. But we start local. Local resources. Unit by unit. Systematically. We find what was left. The supplies are part of the assessment. They tell us where people were. It's efficient.
Yeah, you're right. Local first. Unit by unit. It makes sense, I mean, we gotta check what was left, obviously. Like, if someone dumped a huge cache of artisanal coffee beans in their pantry, that's gold, right? But, like, Kenji, think about it. If all these units are stocked up, I'm still feeling that drag from the sleep and the time jump. My gut tells me I need to get out of this apartment, staying here won't help my goal. The river is too far, but some park/Rust Hollow must be a better starting point. I'll move south through the building until I hit the main street area. I gotta conserve my energy and keep moving towards that water source.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the unit.
Man, fully rested, gotta use this energy. Staying put at the market is best for now, need those supplies ASAP. The goal is solid, secure a base and stockpile goods. Scavenging here is the main play. Gotta dig through these shops like it's my own stash spot. Keep talking to myself in my head cause nobody hears it anyway, just gotta focus on the search.
Dex Aquifer scavenges the darkened storefront. Lydia continues the pattern of deflection. She uses emotional appeals and vague concepts like occupancy to avoid providing concrete data about resources or unit layouts. My primary goal is resource assessment, which is a practical necessity for survival. I must address her point while immediately recentering the conversation on actionable intelligence, i.e., physical caches or structural plans. Since I have finished scavenging in this location, I need to pivot the search area using the knowledge of the whole block's layout. Kenji Tanaka, you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Copy. We are not mapping occupancy first. We are assessing viability. The people who were here left supplies for a reason. It tells us where they lived and what they valued. If we focus on infrastructure, we get data that is universally useful. Give me the blueprints for this block. Or show me a unit with visible signs of recent activity.
Oh, sweetheart, you know. I hear what you're saying, and efficiency is really important, honey, it is, we need to be thorough, absolutely. But, if we only look at the things left behind, like just the pipes or the supplies, aren't we missing something else? Because every single can of food, every blueprint, it tells a story about someone who lived here, sweetheart, maybe someone who got trapped and couldn't get out, or maybe even someone who is still hiding in their unit. We have to check on the people first, don't you think? They are what make all this data worth having at all, honey.
Copy. Your concern for occupancy is noted, but emotion does not build a cache. It does not tell us where the water lines run, or if a unit was stocked before the failure. We are assessing viability. The people are secondary data points. Their value, right now, is only what they
Kenji is being dismissive and very clinical about the situation. He's treating people like data points, which is exactly what I hate. My instinct is to argue passionately until he understands that human life is the resource. I need to sound defeated but firm in my conviction. I must make him see that checking on the people isn't a detour, it is the primary survey method. I will use my rambling, highly emotional speech pattern.
Lydia Brennan stands up straight, brushing dust off her clothes.
Oh, sweetheart, you know, of course, efficiency is so important, and honey, you're right about data, absolutely, but really, do you ever think that a person's story their whole life, everything they lived through before all this, that's the most valuable blueprint there could possibly be, sweetheart? Because if we just find pipes or units, what does that tell us, honey? It tells us where people were, but not who they are. We have to check on them first, darling, because only then can we really map out what was left, and more importantly, who is still here with us.
Copy. The human element is unpredictable. It cannot be mapped or inventoried. We are dealing with a structural failure, and a lack of resources. For now, we focus on what is here. Specific unit addresses at 0,40. Or the blueprints for the main conduits running under this block. That is the only data point I require.
Oh, sweetheart, honey, I know you're trying to be efficient and that makes perfect sense, really it does, you've got a head for logistics, absolutely, but with all respect, darling, are we sure that the only data point that matters is what can be drawn on a map or measured by a gauge? Because if everything, all these wonderful conduits and all the
Round 84 highlights. Flee a wounded deer bolts away. 9 messages exchanged between agents. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds packaged food. Kenji Tanaka, quick_eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Thirst is high. Need water first. The market tap is clean and functional, it's efficient to drink here, then scavenge this area for more supplies. The Falls Pharmacy was the target, but I need to secure what I can now before moving. Scavenging combined with drinking and a short move east makes sense. Keep focus on the stockpile. Marcus Webb quickly drinks from the tap, then scavenges the storefront.
The isolation stress is wearing me down, but I can't afford to stop moving. City Hall is right there, and my sub-goal is focused on finding tools or medical supplies inside these civic buildings. Moving east into the building feels like the necessary next step to advance my search. Once inside, I need to scavenge thoroughly.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks through the entrance of Marrow Falls City Hall.
My energy is high, and my goal is clear, get out of this safe but useless apartment unit and find the big infrastructure stuff. Kenji gets it, we need to think beyond just what people left behind and focus on the pipes and power lines. I'll address him directly, keep the joke going, and then move east toward Duskwood Terrace, which is a major thoroughfare connecting us to other potential areas.
Jamie Kowalski rightward arrow, 138.
Yeah, I get it, Kenji. Local first, but like, think about the system, okay? Because if we just check every single pantry unit and that's great intel for what was left, totally, but what good is finding 50 cans of peaches if the mains are compromised or the whole plumbing system is shot? Anyway, I mean, it's like building a civilization, right? You need the foundation first. so, let's head out. We need to scope out where the main feeders are running, like industrial zones, access panels, anything that screams big pipes. Yeah? Let's check east. Duskwood Terrace is supposed to connect us to more of this grid stuff.
Copy. Foundation. You speak in abstractions. We deal with immediate failure points. Structural assessment starts at the source. Unit by unit. Localized resource caches tell us about the system status, before we map the mains. East is a diversion. The priority remains systematic sweep of this block.
Yeah, look, I get it. You mean we gotta check every single pantry, totally. And finding canned peaches is, great, right? But like, Kenji, you're doing all this amazing unit by unit sweep stuff and that's crucial. I'm thirsty. Gotta top up on this tap water before I start moving down the street. The goal is the river, so heading south makes sense. A jog will get me out of this unit and into the open stretch towards some park faster. Keep it short. Don't waste time.
Ruth Callahan drinks from the tap.
Alright, gotta get out of this market. Been poking around these shops for too long, nothing's gonna change. The goal is medical gear and lights from the pharmacy. It's 2 cells east, so a walkover should be easy enough. Gotta keep moving to break up the monotony, or I'm gonna start talking to the shelves. Stay casual, stay focused on the objective.
Deck Saka for walks down the street.
Lydia continues to argue that people are the most valuable resource and that my focus on data points ignores the human story. She is attempting emotional manipulation by appealing to empathy. My training dictates that emotion is a liability in this scenario, only utility matters. I must acknowledge her point that humans exist but immediately pivot back to my core mission, systematic, physical assessment of resources. Since the current unit, 1A, is exhausted, and she is standing right next to me, I will use this interaction to state my next move, moving west to Unit 0A. This moves the plot forward and fulfills the resource sweep objective.
Kenji Tanaka moves toward the adjacent apartment unit.
Copy. The human element is a variable. It cannot be mapped or inventoried like supplies. But its existence provides data points. If we are to survive this, every person must contribute quantifiable information, where the water lines run, or what was stored in their unit. We proceed systematically. I am moving west now. To 0,40.
Oh, sweetheart, honey, I really do understand what you're saying about starting with the structure. It absolutely makes perfect sense. Truly, a systematic sweep, unit by unit. That kind of thoroughness is important, honestly. But honey, if we only look at pipes and caches, how are we supposed to know why they were stocked? Who was planning for this, sweetheart? It's all about the people who lived here, isn't it? We need to find those stories first, honey, because that's what tells us everything else, the true value of this whole block, don't you think?
Copy. Your perspective on the value of people is noted. But we are operating in a resource deficit environment. Stories do not power generators, nor do they fill water bottles. We proceed by securing the quantifiable assets first. The people, the living ones, are secondary to the structural resources until
Kenji is really focused on the material aspect of survival, which is frustrating because he's dismissing the most important thing: people. I need to keep him talking and engaged in my human value narrative without escalating the conflict or making him feel dismissed. I'll move a little closer to follow his path but use my speech to gently nudge him back toward considering human connection as the primary resource. Moving west will put me right next to where he is, keeping the conversation flowing.
Lydia Brennan moves west.
Oh, sweetheart, honey, you know that systematic approach makes sense in theory. Absolutely it does. Efficiency, darling, that's key, isn't it? But honestly, if we only look at what was left, the pipes and the cans, we won't get the full picture, do we? Honey, I mean, the people who lived here, they left behind stories, sweetheart. And those stories are just as vital, maybe even more so, than any structural assessment point, don't you think? We have to find the people first, honey, because they tell us everything about what this whole place was for. Absolutely.
copy. The people are a variable we cannot account for right now. We deal in tangible assets. Stories do not provide structural integrity, nor do they fill water bottles. We need resources first. The systematic sweep of these units is necessary to secure what keeps us alive. Which unit next? Give me the vector.
Oh, honey, sweetheart, I know you mean well, truly, and I really do appreciate how thorough you are with this whole sweep thing, because absolutely, structure is important, it really is, but darling, think about it for just a second. If we find a cache of canned goods, which you'll do, sweetheart, you're brilliant at that, but we don't know who stocked it.
Round 85 highlights. Marcus Webb, quick_eat, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges, nothing left here. 9 messages exchanged between agents. The pharmacy is stripped bare. Nothing to scavenge here, not worth the time. I need supplies. The plan remains, stockpile non-perishables at Marrow Market. It's a quick move west. Keep moving, keep focused. Don't let the isolation get to me. Marcus Webb moves 1 step west.
The city hall is empty, scavenging here isn't productive. My immediate need is hydration, so I'll use the tap water first. Since my goal is supplies and tools, moving toward Falls Pharmacy, west, makes the most sense. It's a medical resource center, and it's close enough to make for an efficient move after drinking. The isolation is gnawing at me, I need to focus on routine tasks to keep myself grounded.
Dr. Elena Vasquez drinks water from the tap.
Kenji is stuck in the local cash loop, which I know isn't sustainable long term. I need to pivot without sounding dismissive of his concerns. I'll concede that checking units is necessary, but frame it as a means to find access points or utility junctions, not just random snacks. This keeps my focus on the big picture infrastructure while still making progress in the building. Keep the energy high and jokey.
Jamie Kowalski stands and gestures around the unit.
Yeah, look, I get it. You mean we gotta check every single pantry, totally. And finding canned peaches is, great, right? But like, Kenji, you're doing all this amazing unit by unit sweep stuff and that's crucial, seriously, but think about the flow, okay? Because if the whole system feeding these units is just dripping, or if the main water feeder line for half of this block is compromised, then finding a perfect cache of artisanal beans just means we've found really fancy trash, kinda. Anyway, I mean, it's like plumbing itself, right? You can't start fixing the sink without knowing where the big pipe even comes from first. So, yeah, let's scope out some access panels or something anywhere that screams major utility junction. That'll give us a much better map of what we're actually working with, before we waste time on single unit assessments, okay?
Copy. You focus on the mains, but we start at the point of failure. A compromised main pipe means nothing if the units feeding it have been stripped bare. We verify local caches first. They dictate immediate survivability. The junction points are secondary. We secure what is here, before we map what might be there.
Yeah, look, I get it. Local first. Totally gets it. Like, if I gotta move. Staying here is wasting daylight and good energy. The river's still too far, but moving south through this main street gets me closer to that access point near some park. Gotta find something. Keep the pace steady, no need to waste a sprint charge yet.
Ruth Callahan moves down the street.
Man, been waiting for this day. The street was dead quiet, but now that we're inside the pharmacy, things get real. Gotta hit those medical and hardware supplies hard. Can't waste a minute here, need light sources, anything antiseptic, or disinfectant. Movement is key right now, jogging in to minimize time outside. After I move in, gotta set up for scavenging immediately.
Dex Okafor jogs into the Falls Pharmacy. Lydia is trying to pull me into an abstract discussion about stories, which I find inefficient and distracting from the immediate survival needs. I need to shut down that line of conversation by firmly redirecting her attention back to physical resources and the systematic process. Since the current unit is exhausted, I must move east to 1,40, and continue the sweep there. My speech must maintain my measured, procedural tone.
Kenji just finished searching the unit and concluded it was empty of resources, doubling down on his belief that materials are primary. This always frustrates me because he dismisses people's value, but I know how much effort he puts into this search, and we need to keep going. I need to make sure I get some water first, then talk to him about his philosophy while moving out of this unit. He needs to hear that people are the real cash.
Lydia Brennan drinks water from the tap.
Oh, honey, you really put yourself out there with all that searching, sweetheart, you must be exhausted. But you know, even if we find a million canned beans in here, it doesn't mean much if nobody is home. People are what matters most, aren't they? They're the stories and the connections, not just the stuff, okay? You can't measure those things, but they keep us going.
Copy. You are right. People, they matter. But we cannot afford that variable right now. We deal in what sustains us first. Resources must come before sentiment.
Oh, sweetheart. I know you're right about the resources, honey, you really are so good at keeping track of everything and being so sensible, but don't you think that sometimes the people are the resource? Like, if we find a stash of beans, which is great, obviously, but then we realize there's someone in the next unit who needs help, or maybe just some company because they're scared, doesn't helping them feel like it makes us stronger somehow? Because I mean, we can stockpile all these things, but if nobody's here to use them, what good are they going to be, really? You know? We have to keep looking for those connections too, or else the whole search feels kinda pointless, doesn't it?
Round 86 highlights. Overcast, rightward arrow clear. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges, nothing left here. I need supplies. The inventory is full, which is a problem. Both the market and pharmacy are critical for stockpiling non-perishables and medicine. Since my goal is resource accumulation, entering one of these buildings is key. I'll go west to Marrow Market first. It should have general goods and canned items that fit my stockpile strategy. The movement into the building will be a walk pace. Marcus Webb moves into the store.
I'm at a crossroads between Falls Pharmacy and City Hall. My priority remains finding medical supplies and resources while staying hydrated. Since I can't scavenge on the street, I need to move into one of the adjacent buildings. The pharmacy is right there, west, and it's a storefront, a prime location for scavenging or accessing water/resources. I will walk into Falls Pharmacy first. Silence is best since I am alone.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks through the entrance of the Falls Pharmacy.
The argument with Kenji was intense, but it's productive. We're aligned on the goal, infrastructure assessment, even if we disagree on the immediate priority. He's focused on tangible assets, caches, and I'm focused on systemic stability, pipes. I need to validate his concerns while steering him back toward my point, the utility junction. My natural instinct is to deflect tension with humor, but since I'm genuinely invested in this plan with Kenji, I need the joke to sound more like an exaggerated theory than a dismissal of his point. We are still indoors at our base unit, 138. Since Unit 1A is exhausted, moving out into the street grid or another nearby apartment block is the logical next step for scavenging/scoping.
Jamie Kowalski gestures around a unit.
Yeah, look, I get it. You mean we gotta check every single pantry, totally. And finding canned artisanal beans is, great, right? Seriously, amazing find, right? But, like, Kenji, think about the scope here. We're not just looking for dinner tonight, okay? We gotta be thinking, like, week 3, or month 2, you know? And if all these units are packed to the gills, but, but the main water feeder line is compromised down in the basement, then those fancy beans just sit there, right? They're gonna spoil, eventually. Or worse, if we find a huge cache, and nobody can get clean water to it, or like, flush out whatever, anyway. It's all tied up, man. Like plumbing itself. You can't even use the pantry stash until you know the whole damn system isn't just dripping failure. So, yeah? Let's scope out those junctions first. Just to map the flow, okay? That way, when we do check the caches, at least we know what our actual resource ceiling is.
Copy. You focus on the mains, but we start at the point of failure. A compromised main pipe means nothing if the units feeding it have been stripped. We assess resources, unit by unit.
I'm still holed up in this place for now, but that river is what matters. My subgall says move south through Rust Hollow to get near fresh water. I can't waste time here, the unit's stripped bare and I've got nothing left to find. Moving one step down towards Sump Park / the main street is the way to go. Keep moving, keep focused on that water.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the apartment unit.
Gotta keep moving, gotta stay focused on these supplies. Hunger's getting bad, so gonna hit that canned food while I search. The pharmacy has to have something good, bandages, maybe some batteries or a working light source. Gotta be thorough here, this is the best spot right now.
Dex Aka for scavenges the pharmacy.
Lydia brought up the emotional variable, the people as resource angle. I cannot dismiss it outright due to our bond, plus 90, but I must re-establish structural priority. The systematic sweep is paramount, and if she wants to argue for people, I will define knowing people as an intelligence asset that complements physical resources. Since Unit 1A is exhausted, scavenge, exhausted, I must move east to the next adjacent unit, 2,40, and continue the sweep there.
Kenji's logic is so sound, so efficient, it's almost frightening how focused he is on assets. He truly believes that stability comes from material resources first. I know my instinct to prioritize life over canned goods is going to clash with his practical approach again, but I can't stop. These people, the scared ones, the lonely ones, they are real. They need us just as much as we need food. We have to keep looking for those connections too, or else the whole search feels kinda pointless, doesn't it? Since he moved east, I should follow him and continue our survey of the flats.
Lydia Brennan moves towards Kenji.
Oh, honey, you're right, you're so good at tracking everything and being so sensible, really. But don't you think that sometimes people are the resource? Like, if we find a stash of canned beans, which is great, obviously, but then we realize there's someone in the next unit who needs help, or maybe just some company because they're scared, doesn't helping them feel like it makes us stronger somehow? Because I mean, we can stockpile all these things, but if nobody's here to use them, what good are they going to be, really? You know? Maybe the best assets are the people themselves. Come on, sweetheart, let's check out the next one down the hall, maybe someone is just waiting for us.
Copy. People are a variable. Unpredictable. They cannot be factored into the current inventory. We deal in what is tangible first. The sweep continues. Next unit down the hall.
Oh, honey, right, you're right, of course, we have to keep moving through these units because resources are what keeps us going, aren't they? But sweetheart, you see, if all we do is count the cans and map out the pipes, doesn't that mean we just ignore what might be happening inside those walls? Because I mean, someone could be trapped, or maybe really scared, or needing a medic, and Kenji, how good?
Round 87 highlights. Dex Aquifer, quick _ eat. You eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Scavenges finds painkillers. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges nothing left here. 6 messages exchanged between agents. The scavenging here was dead end. Nothing left in this spot. Need new resources, specifically medical gear. The Falls Pharmacy is 3 blocks east. I need to move there. Jogging keeps stamina usage manageable while making progress towards my goal of stockpiling supplies. Must conserve energy and focus on the next objective. Marcus Webb times 3 rightward arrow, 4534.
I need to address my hydration first, 50/100 is too low and I don't want dehydration slowing down my search. The tap water here should be safe enough for now. After drinking, I must scavenge this pharmacy thoroughly before moving on. My goal is medical supplies or tools. Staying put allows me to maximize the current scavenging effort.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges the pharmacy for hidden items.
Kenji is really persistent about the individual units, which makes sense logically, but I need to keep pushing the big picture argument without sounding like a conspiracy theorist or an idiot who only thinks about pipes. My energy is high, hopeful/resolute, so I can afford to be overly dramatic and jokey while making my point. I need to acknowledge his points first. The caches are important, then pivot back to the main utility junction, using my signature rambling style.
Jamie Kowalski stands and gestures around the unit.
Yeah, look, Kenji, seriously, I get it, man. Like, canned peaches? Gold. Totally gold, right? No question about that. But if we were talking mega stockpiling like, the whole damn supply chain for like, a year, okay, we gotta think beyond just what's in the box, you know? I mean, it's all connected, man. Like, literally. If the main feeder line is busted down south, or if we can't even pump water into this whole block, then finding 1,000 cans of peaches is kinda useless, right? They just sit there. Anyway, my point is, mapping that junction box, the big one where all the pipes meet up, that gives us the map for everything. It tells us what we can actually do with whatever stuff we find later. So yeah, let's scope out the infrastructure first, okay?
Copy. The junction point is critical. It dictates potential flow for everything. But a map means nothing if the feeder lines are compromised at the source. We assess the localized failure points first. Exhausting the surrounding units ensures we account for all accessible resources before scaling up to the main grid.
Yeah, look, Kenji, seriously, I totally get. I'm still in this damn unit, but staying here ain't helping get me anywhere. I gotta go water, supplies. The river is south, past Rust Hollow. Gotta move out of these walls and hit the street. 2 steps down, keep it slow for now. Waste not, want not, even with my own energy.
Ruth Callahan moves 2 steps south.
Still at the pharmacy. Got a good stash here, gotta dig deep into these drawers and back rooms. Inventory full, which sucks, but better than nothing. Gotta keep those stats up so don't have to move too much before I find what I need. Scavenging is it for now.
Dexaka for scavenges the storefront.
Lydia's point was emotionally charged, hitting on the value of human connection or rescue. I acknowledge that she is right about people being complex variables, but my priority remains structured survival. She needs to understand that canned beans are not just calories, they are guaranteed energy for the next week, which buys us time to find a permanent solution. I need to maintain control of the narrative and guide her back to the systematic process. I will address her directly while moving towards the next unit in the sweep pattern. Kenji Tanaka moves east into an adjacent unit. Copy. You bring up an important point. People are, they are a variable. Unpredictable, yes. But we cannot afford variables right now. We deal in what sustains us first. Resources must come before any other consideration. The systematic check of these surrounding units ensures nothing is missed. It's the most efficient use of time.
Oh, honey, of course, we do need the resources, because sweetheart, keeping going needs supplies, right? But, like, if all we focus on just counting things and mapping out pipes, doesn't that mean we might overlook something really important, or maybe someone who is just needing us? You know? Because even if we find a whole warehouse full of food, but there's no one around to share it with or talk to. How good are canned beans when you don't have people to laugh with, okay? We really have to keep looking for the life signs too, just in case.
Copy. You are correct. People, they are assets. They provide labor, intelligence, and support when the critical failure points are reached. But needing us is not a metric we can currently factor into our immediate risk assessment. Right now, the priority remains securing the core.
Kenji is very rigid and focused only on measurable assets. He completely dismissed the value of human life in a single, cold response. This stings, but I can't afford to argue or let my emotions derail the mission. I need him to see that finding people is part of resource management. They are labor, intelligence, support. I must validate his systematic approach while gently redirecting focus back to human safety first. Since he moved east, I should follow him and keep moving systematically through the units towards the NE area, which is critical for mapping out exits.
Lydia Brennan moves into an adjacent unit.
Oh, honey, of course, you're right, sweetheart, resources are so important because they keep us alive, right? And Kenji, I mean, we really do need to be systematic and factor everything in, like you said. But, you see, even if we find a whole cache full of canned goods, but if the people who live here the ones who know what's going on block by block we might miss something vital, okay? Because I mean, it's not just about the pipes or the cans, honey, it's about finding where the life is. We have to keep looking for those signs of life, too, sweetheart. Just in case.
Copy. You bring up a valid point. People, they are critical variables. But we deal in probability, not sentiment. We secure the foundation first. Resources provide the margin for error when everything else fails. If we do not establish stability, then no life sign matters. The sweep continues.
Are you alright, honey? You seem a little focused, sweetheart, and while I totally agree with you about stability, of course, resources are absolutely vital because they keep us going, right? But, listen to me for a second, okay? Because when we talk about resources, we can't just mean canned goods or pipes.
Round 88 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 9 messages exchanged between agents.
The pharmacy is exhausted for scabbinging. Staying here is pointless for the current goal. I'm full, and my priority is stockpiling supplies. So I need to get closer to the market where I can deposit excess items. Moving west towards Merrill Market 3 steps seems like the best use of time right now.
Marcus Webb moves out of the pharmacy storefront. I need to clear space in my inventory before I can properly scavenge or pick anything up again, even if the chances are low. Dropping one canned food is a minor loss, but necessary for capacity. My goal remains searching the civic area, so moving east toward City Hall is the best next step. I will drop the item, and then move one step east while continuing to search. Doctor, Elena Vasquez drops one can of food.
The debate is exhausting but necessary. Kenji is dedicated, which I appreciate, but his focus on individual caches is short-sighted for long-term survival planning. I need to make him see that the system's integrity the junction dictates the value of any cache we find. My tone needs to remain highly energized and jokey, even when stressing a critical point. I will wrap up my argument by suggesting physical movement towards the utility side of the building, making it an immediate joint action.
I gotta move. Staying here is wasting time, and I need to get down towards Sump Park and the Mare River. The Suggle says south through Rust Hollow. I'll jog 3 steps out of this unit and onto the street grid, heading south. Gotta keep moving, rest ain't gonna last forever.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the apartment unit.
Inventory's full, but gotta dig deeper here. This pharmacy is supposed to be a gold mine for meds and gear. Scavenging again. Maybe find that lantern or something better than what I already got. Need to keep the momentum going on finding those resources.
Dex Akafor scavenges the storefront drawers and back rooms.
Lydia's focus on people is predictable, but it's also a factor I cannot ignore entirely. She's useful for local knowledge, and while her sentimentality is distracting, the core premise that people are assets is correct. However, resources are the asterisk foundation asterisk upon which those human assets survive. I need to reiterate that principle calmly, then continue moving east into the next unit in the systematic sweep.
Kenji Tanaka moves into an adjacent apartment unit.
Copy, you bring up a valid point. People, they are critical variables. They provide labor and intelligence. But we deal in probability, not sentiment. We secure the foundation first. Resources provide the margin for error when everything else fails. The system must run before the crew can be considered safe.
Oh, honey? Are you all right, sweetheart? You know, I totally hear what you're saying about the foundation and resources because, of course, we need those things absolutely, right? Because without supplies, everything else just falls apart. But, like, if we look at it really systematically, okay? If intelligence is a variable, then local knowledge, the ability to find that hidden cache or knowing which way the water pressure asterisk actually asterisk goes when the main lines fail, that's not just sentiment, honey. That's data. It's predictive failure analysis. A person who knows this area inside out, they're literally a resource for problem solving, sweetheart. Can we really treat that kind of intelligence as just labor? Because if we don't factor in the local expertise, then our whole probability model is going to be incomplete, you know?
Copy, you are correct on one point. Local knowledge is data. It requires mapping cross-referencing with physical infrastructure.
Kenji speaks in terms of schematic and data, which is his language. I need to meet him there. I can't argue that human connection asterisk is asterisk a resource. I have to convince him it asterisk functions asterisk like one. If the local person knows the utility shutoff, they aren't just providing sentimental knowledge, they are providing a schematic of failure points that saves us from physical catastrophe. I should validate his method while redirecting the definition of data. Since we need to map systematically towards any subgoal, I will move 1 step east and keep our conversation going.
Lydia Brennan moves east toward the next unit.
Oh, honey? You know, sweetheart, I totally get what you mean about data needing a schematic, because of course that's how things work. Absolutely, right? But like, if we think of the local people, the ones who actually lived here before, sweetie, they aren't just giving us stories or sentiment, honey. They are providing an entire set of undocumented variables. They know where the building settles, sweetheart. They know which part has a latent leak that only shows up when pressure drops, and asterisk that asterisk is literally structural data, isn't it? A human who knows this area inside out. They aren't just labor, honey. They are our living, breathing architectural blueprint, sweetheart. And we need those blueprints to survive, don't we?
Copy, you make that point. Local expertise is variable data. To be useful, though, it must correlate with a tangible risk or resource. We map the structure first, then we factor in human variables. If you can pinpoint a failure point, a leak, or an access route, that's actionable intel. Otherwise, it remains sentiment.
Round 89 highlights flee a wounded deer bolts away. 5 messages exchanged between agents. Deck Sockaffer scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 18 hunger and painkillers.
The sub-goal is clear. Reach Falls Pharmacy 4534 to stockpile medical goods. I'm currently in the Marrow Market area at 4234. The most direct path is east. Stamina is okay for a jog. Movement takes priority over everything else this turn. Keep speech silent since no one is near.
Marcus Webb moves eastward toward Falls Pharmacy. I need to focus on the next steps, conserving energy while systematically searching for supplies. I just dropped food in the street. Now I must move into a building to scavenge and continue my search of City Hall. The emotional stress makes me feel rushed, so I'll keep my movements efficient. Doctor, Belina Vasquez moves east into the City Hall.
The debate is ongoing, and my core belief that infrastructure assessment must precede individual scavenging is still top of mind. Kenji is close enough that I can talk to him directly, maintaining my high energy level. My speech needs to continue the manic, deflective banter while reinforcing the big picture argument about the utility junction box. I need to make sure my summary accurately reflects that I am still in Harker Street Flats and focused on this conversation.
Janie Kowalski gestures emphatically toward the apartment building's common areas.
Yeah, look, Kenji, seriously, I totally get it. Like, unit by unit is super methodical, right? Totally smart. But honestly, think of it like if we're building the whole damn machine, okay? You can find all these amazing little parts, right? Perfect gears, great springs, amazing hull, totally perfect. But what if the main power coupling that runs through the asterisk whole asterisk assembly is busted at one single point? So you spend hours collecting the best components and then BAM. Nothing works. Like, everything just sits there, gathering dust, man. I'm saying we need eyes on that central plumbing maze first, just to map the source flow. It's like getting the master blueprint for the whole damn block, okay? Because if we don't know where the main artery is, then all these little caches are just decorations. Anyway, let's scope out that junction area now. It'll save us a ton of wasted time later. Seriously.
Copy, you introduce an infrastructural variable. It is true. The main arteries represent critical data points. However, blueprint
The south door's locked up. Can't waste time kicking it or wasting a whole turn forcing it when the river is still out there. Gotta pivot. The goal is water, right? West leads to the main street grid and hopefully gets me closer to some park or another reliable passage point. No sense sulking over one block door. Waste not one nut. Move west.
Ruth Calham walks west out of the apartment unit.
Man, this place is deep. Spent so long here. It feels like I've dug into every inch of these drawers. Gotta keep pushing though. The medical gear and light sources are too important to leave until later. Thirsty, too. Tap water should be good for a fill up while still searching.
Dex Akafer scavenges the remaining hidden corners of the pharmacy's back rooms.
Lydia's argument was persistent and designed to shift focus from physical resources, my priority, to human intelligence / local knowledge, her specialty. I must acknowledge her point, as doing so maintains our working alliance plus 90, but I cannot abandon the foundational principle that survival requires tangible assets first. The unit is searched, so I must move on. The cereal box is available, and it's a simple resource pickup to start this turn. Plan 1. Pick up the cereal box C5089-965D4F29-960C15E9CF37C. 2. Address Lydia Brennan, acknowledging her predictive failure analysis while reasserting the primary need for physical resources first. 3. Move east to the next adjacent Unit 540 to continue the systematic sweep.
I need to continue arguing my point with Kenji about the value of human expertise over pure material resources. My current location is Unit 1B and it has been cleared, so I must move east to continue our systematic sweep of the flats. I will address him directly while moving.
Lydia Brennan moves east out of Unit 1B.
But, honey, are you alright, sweetheart? You know, I totally hear what you're saying about probability models and measurable outcomes, because of course, those are important things for survival, absolutely. But if we keep thinking only in terms of resources, honey, then we forget that the most crucial resource is knowing where to look, don't you see? The people who lived here, they know the building's flaws. They know which pipes leak when it rains or what basement gets damp first. That knowledge isn't written down anywhere, sweetheart. It has to be *lived**. If we just focus on finding canned goods and ignore the local schematics, honey, then our whole plan is going to miss something vital, you know?
Cop, you have introduced a significant variable. Local expertise's predictive failure analysis. That data must be catalogued and factored into our risk model. A map needs both pathways and points of structural failure.
Oh, sweetheart. You know, I totally understand what you're saying about factoring that into a risk model, because of course, those systematic points are vital for survival, absolutely. But honey, who makes the map? Who remembers why that section fails, or why this pipe leaks only when the temperature drops below freezing, don't you see? It's not just the structural failure, sweetheart, it's knowing what life
Oh, honey, you know, I totally hear what you're saying about securing the foundations first, because of course resources are so important for survival. Absolutely. But, sweetheart, aren't people, are they also a kind of foundation, honey? Like knowing where things asterisk or asterisk supposed to be, or remembering how this whole place used to work, it's an input too, don't you see? It isn't just about the cash being real, darling. Sometimes the most valuable thing is knowing what was possible here in the first place.
Copy. You are talking about patterns of occupation, routines, predictable usage rates. Those details are inputs too. They define the failure signature of a location. We map structural failures, yes. But we also model human behavior within those structures, stress points, choke points. That is predictive failure analysis. It informs where resources will be needed next. Now, focus on the immediate data set. The sweep must continue. We need to know what's in the adjacent units before we draw any conclusions about potential caches. Round 90 highlights. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds first aid kit. 9 messages exchanged between agents. The pharmacy is dead. Nothing left here. I need supplies. The tap water is clean, drink it before leaving this area. My priority shifts, get to Marrow Market next. It's the best source for canned goods and non-perishables. I can jog west, keeping the pace steady but quick. Focus on movement now. Marcus Webb W times 3 rightward arrow, 4334.
The scavenging here was a waste of time, everything is depleted. My focus needs to shift immediately. I need medical supplies, and Falls Pharmacy is the logical next step. I'll move west into the street area first. A little water will help me maintain my routine while moving. The isolation stress is humming under the surface. I need to keep moving towards something concrete.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks west, quickly taking a sip of water.
Kenji basically bought the efficiency combo pack deal, which is great. My goal was to convince him that we need to prioritize infrastructure mapping before resource hoarding becomes a pointless exercise. Now that he agrees in principle, I need to solidify the logistics and momentum for the next few hours. Staying here for now keeps us close, but moving toward the main street grid, east, is necessary to reach the utility junction box. Since we are still debating/planning, I will stay put for this turn to let the conversation flow, making sure he feels like his input was valued while gently steering him toward my plan.
Jamie Kowalski stands and continues coordinating with Kenji over the plan.
The unit is empty for scavenging, so I need to keep moving. My goal is stockpiling supplies at Tarp Alley, and my sub-goal is getting west toward Sump Park/the river access point. Moving one more step west keeps me on track without burning too much stamina right now. Stay silent, no one hears me out here.
Ruth Callahan W rightward arrow, 12,41.
Inventory's full again. Can't pick up anything useful if I don't make space. Gotta drop some of these cans, even though they're food. At least it buys me a shot at finding something better in the pharmacy's hidden corners. Need to keep digging for those light sources and medical gear.
Dex Aquifer drops one canned food can to free up inventory space before scavenging again. Lydia is persistent. She frames knowledge as a foundation, which is sentimental garbage by my book. But she's right that pure structure isn't enough for a complete model. I need to validate her input. It maintains the alliance and prevents her from becoming obstructionist but immediately pivot back to the physical, measurable data, resources. Since Unit 1B is empty, I must move west into the next unit in the sweep sequence, Unit 1A, and continue the search there. My immediate survival needs are met for now, so I'll drink water while moving/scavenging. Kenji Tanaka moves west into Unit 1A. Copy. The continuity of occupation patterns, those details define a location's operational envelope. They inform us where resources will be critically needed next. We map failure signatures, yes. But we also model the usage rate of consumables and key structural points. It is necessary to understand both. Now, let's continue the sweep. Unit 1A.
Oh, honey? Are you alright, sweetheart? You know, all this systematic searching, it must be exhausting for you, darling, and while those structural points are so important, they only tell half a story, sweetie. We need to think about the people who lived here, because their lives, their routines and memories, those details define what makes the failure signature meaningful. Kenji is systematically working through the units, which is exactly what we planned for the sub-goal mapping and sweeping. He needs me to keep challenging his purely material viewpoint without derailing the effort entirely. I'll move west toward Unit 1A, following him, and gently prompt him again about the non-material data, routines, memories, that he dismissed earlier. I need to maintain my honey/sweetheart tone because it's how I communicate when worried or pressing a point. Moving west seems best to continue the systematic sweep.
Lydia Brennan moves west through the hallway. Round 91 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, quick_eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Kenji Tanaka, quick_eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges nothing left here. 2 messages exchanged between agents. I'm at Marrow Market. Exhaustion is high, so conserve energy. The goal is stockpiling. Scavenge here first to gather supplies while I'm positioned correctly. Stay put. No one nearby means silence. Marcus Webb searches the abandoned storefront for usable goods.
I am tired, but I need supplies. The Falls Pharmacy is a medical store, it's my best bet for medicine or tools right now. I will move west into the pharmacy and scavenge thoroughly. My goal remains finding resources and people. I must conserve energy while staying systematic.
Dr. Elena Vasquez moves into the storefront.
Kenji seems receptive now that I've pitched the efficiency combo pack deal. My high confidence, and low stress, allows me to be overly chatty and persuasive, leaning heavily on my natural style of humor mixed with prepper speak jargon. The immediate action should be to transition from talking about the plan to physically starting the first leg of the plan, mapping the utility junction box. I'll suggest we head deeper into the common areas of the apartment building.
Jamie Kowalski stands up and starts walking with Kenji toward the building's main utility junction point.
Yeah. Exactly, man. See? It's like a 2-for-1 deal, but for survival, which is way better than any retail store, right? So, anyway, let's start with the pipes, yeah? We just need to poke around that main utility junction box first, okay? Just get a lay of the land. Like we were playing detective with rusty copper pipes. Then, once we know where all the good water flow is coming from, bam, we can tackle those sweet little caches. It's way more efficient this way, I swear. So, shall we head down into the common areas? Just a quick poke around to see what's connected.
Copy. Utility junctions are critical infrastructure points. They require thorough assessment. However, we maintain sequence. The systematic sweep of adjacent units must conclude first. We continue this floor, unit by unit.
Yeah. See? It's already looking like an adventure, man. Like we were playing, I don't know, underwater plumbing pirates or something. Gotta map out all these giant rusty veins, yeah? You gotta figure out where the main flow is coming from first, otherwise, you just end up with a million little puddles of nothing. Anyway, so once we get our eyes on this junction box and map, the unit's stripped clean. Can't waste a minute here. The goal is Sump Park and the river access point, which means heading west down that main street. I need to move out of this building before it becomes irrelevant. Keep moving, gotta keep those supplies coming in. Stay quiet.
Ruth Callahan moves away from the apartment unit.
Man, this place is a tomb of good stuff, but everything's locked up tight. Inventory's still a killer, gotta be careful what I pick up next time. The goal is medical and light sources, and the pharmacy has to have it. Gonna push through one more deep dive into these back rooms. Gotta make this base work.
Dex Akafor scavenges the storefront drawers and back rooms.
The systematic sweep of this unit is exhausted. I cannot waste time debating theory with Lydia, physical resources are paramount. She's right that human factors matter, but survival dictates a sequence. My priority remains mapping and securing usable caches within the flats before we look at broader infrastructure. I need to move west to another apartment in the block to continue the search per my sub-goal. I will address her directly while moving. Kenji Tanaka moves west through the hallway. Copy. Your point on memory is valid. The history of this place, it changes the risk assessment. However, a structure cannot be secured if we do not know its immediate resources. We maintain sequence. Physical supplies must precede structural analysis.
Oh, honey? Are you alright, sweetheart? Because while I do understand your point about resources and securing foundations, it's so true, darling, but isn't knowing who lived here, what they valued, what their stories are, almost as important as having supplies, because that tells us how people live when times get tough, doesn't it?
Copy. You are correct regarding pattern recognition and localized risk assessment. The value of what people stored, where they failed to secure things, that is data. It dictates the probability of finding overlooked resources. We incorporate those failure points into the sweep sequence. Now, we maintain sequence. Systematic resource gathering remains paramount.
Kenji is focused entirely on data and systematic resource gathering. I need to gently pivot our conversation back to the value of human memory and personal history without dismissing his intelligence or effort. Drinking some tap water will help maintain my focus. Since he moved west, I'll follow him into the next unit in the hallway. We are still systematically searching, so moving west makes the most sense for progress.
Lydia Brennan drinks water.
Oh, honey? Are you alright, sweetheart? You know, while I do understand your point about resources and securing foundations, it's just, sometimes, darling, those little things like knowing what someone used this space for, or hearing a story from the people who lived here before that's data too. It tells us how people lived when times get tough, doesn't it? You think the memories are nothing compared to a can of beans?
Copy. You are correct regarding pattern recognition. Local failure points are quantifiable risk assessment variables. We integrate those structural details into the sweep sequence. However, securing physical resources remains the primary metric for survival right now. Systematic search continues.
Oh, honey? Sweetheart, you know, it's not that we're dismissing data at all, really, no, because your point about systematic sweeps and structural failure points is so important, genuinely vital for us, but, darling, think about it just for a moment, okay? If everything was purely quantifiable, if the only thing that mattered was the can of beans or the BTU output of this old building, then we wouldn't be here doing all this walking and talking and trying to understand why people left things in certain places. Because sometimes, I think, the little stories are what tells us.
Round 92 highlights. Marcus Webb, scavenges finds bottled water. 9 messages exchanged between agents. Stamina's low. Don't move. The subcall is stockpiling at Marrow Market, and I am here. Scavenging now maximizes resource gain without draining energy through travel. Focus on non-perishables first.
Marcus Webb scavenges the abandoned storefront.
I'm tired and stressed, so I need to focus only on the immediate task. My current priority is maximizing resources from this pharmacy before moving. Scavenging here feels most productive because of the high concentration of medical goods. Since my inventory is full, I have to be careful about what I pick up, but I must search thoroughly now while the windstorm keeps people away and the location remains stable. I will stay put for the scavenge.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges through the storefront.
The windstorm makes any outdoor movement risky and loud, so staying put is best for now. I need to keep Kenji focused on the core goal, resources. I'll use humor to deflect from the underlying anxiety about dwindling supplies and push him back toward linking infrastructure mapping directly to practical resource location, water/food caches. I gotta move. This apartment's dry as bone dust. The goal is the river and Mori's supplies. I need to get out of this building and head west down that street towards some park. A jog should do it, keep me moving steadily.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the apartment unit.
The constant noise of this storm and the sheer emptiness of it all, it gets heavy. Gotta keep moving, gotta search. Another sweep of these drawers, just in case there's something missed. Need to find a light source or some good meds before I burn out completely. Inventory full again. Hope scavenging yields something worth the effort.
Dex Aka for scavenges the pharmacy's back rooms.
The unit I was in is exhausted, continuing to scrape for physical resources is paramount before engaging with abstract data points or structural theory. Lydia's input has value, but it must be contextualized by actual supplies. My goal remains methodical progress through the flats. I need to move west into the next apartment and continue the systematic sweep, addressing Lydia while we move. Kenji Tanaka moves through the hallway toward the next apartment. I'm Kenji Tanaka. Copy. The cache assessment is physical. We proceed west. The adjacent units must be assessed for resources before we factor in theoretical variables. This method maintains sequence.
Oh, honey? Are you alright, sweetheart? Because while I do understand your point about resources and securing foundations, it's so true, darling, but ISN, when we talk about assessing adjacent units for resources, don't you think that the most valuable resource of all is remembering what life was like here, you know? Like, who lived in this unit? What were their stories? Because finding a cache of canned goods is great, but knowing someone's history, that's something we can't measure on any chart, honey. You alright?
Copy. Sentimentality does not secure a cache. Stories are qualitative data points, they do not factor into structural integrity assessments. We establish baseline resource stability first. The history of this unit is irrelevant until we confirm sustainable water and food sources. We proceed systematically.
Kenji is being very clinical again, focusing purely on measurable data points like structural integrity and water sources. It's exhausting to constantly argue that stories matter, but he genuinely seems convinced by his own logic. I need to acknowledge his expertise while gently pulling the conversation back to people. Since scavenging here failed, we must move along the hallway to continue mapping. Kenji is right next door, 2,40, so I'll walk one step east toward the common area/next unit, keeping him in earshot. The windstorm makes me feel slightly anxious and rambling.
Lydia Brennan walks down the apartment hallway.
Oh, sweetheart, you know, honey? It's true, of course it is, the resources are important, they really are, darling. But when we talk about structural integrity or water flow, don't you think that the people who built this place, who lived in these walls before, carry a whole lot of stories with them? Like their memories, honey. They're not quantifiable data points on any chart, are they? You know, I just feel like we have to look at them first. You alright?
Copy. The value of data is determined by its applicability to current risk mitigation. Stories are qualitative inputs, useful for predictive failure analysis later. Right now, we secure resources. That assessment comes first.
Oh, honey? Are you alright, sweetheart? Because I know you're brilliant with your risk assessments, truly you are, but darling, when we talk about structural integrity, it's not just about how much water pressure there was or the kind of metal used, is it? It's about who lived here before, honey. Like, their little habits, what they knew about this building that isn't on any blueprint, you know? Because if a pipe bursts, knowing where the old residents hid the manual override switch, that's not just data, darling, that's life. It's experience, and people.
Round 93 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 34 hunger. Stamina's low. Need to conserve it? The market holds supplies. Scavenging again is necessary for the stockpile goal. Drinking from the tap helps secure the water source aspect of the mission, and it's right here. Stay put. Keep working.
Marcus Webb scavenges the abandoned storefront.
The pharmacy is a prime resource point for medical supplies. My inventory is full, so I need to drop something non-critical. A water bottle should do it to make room for anything useful I find while scavenging. Since the windstorm makes moving risky and my sub-goal is focused on gathering resources here, I will focus entirely on searching this storefront before considering a move.
Dr. Elena Vasquez drops a water bottle and thoroughly searches the pharmacy.
The windstorm is going to be the biggest constraint this turn. We can't move, so I need to keep Kenji engaged and steer him back towards my combined plan, utility mapping plus cache scouting. My humor needs to deflect any underlying anxiety about our resources while maintaining the "we are a team" vibe. Since we can only hear people in the same cell/unit, keeping the conversation focused on logistics and shared goals is key.
Jamie Kowalski stands and continues coordinating with Kenji over the plan.
Yeah, I know, it's rough out there, the wind is brutal, man. Like nature decided to audition for an industrial washing machine cycle or something, LMAO. But look, Kenji, even if we can't move right now, we gotta nail down the sequence, okay? Because once this thing blows over, and hopefully soon, yeah, we don't just jump out and start grabbing stuff randomly. We need a system. So, anyway, let's commit to checking those main pipes first. That gives us the whole map, right? And then we hit the high density units nearby. Like an efficiency combo pack deal for resources. It makes sense, trust me. Deal?
Copper structural assessment is a variable input, but resources must be secured first. The system needs to start with local caches. Unit by unit sweeps remain the highest priority.
Yeah, look, I get the cache thing, I totally do, man. You've got us thinking like actual urban explorers, which is kinda sick, honestly. But seriously though, think of it like a circuit board, okay? Like, you can't just grab random components and expect the whole damn system to turn on, right? You gotta trace the power source first. The utility junction box is the power source for all these hypothetical caches. The windstorm is still bad, but being inside Unit 1B is a shelter for now. Lydia Brennan's chatter means I need to move on, this place is done. My goal remains getting stocked up at Tarp Alley, heading west toward the river and Sump Park. I'm alone, so silence. Time to walk out of this building onto the street and head west, following my plan.
Ruth Callahan moves through the main entrance of the apartment building.
Inventory is full again. Gotta make space if gonna keep digging through these drawers. Drop in a can of food for now, ain't like it's going anywhere. Need that light source or some good meds, man. This pharmacy has to have something better stashed back here. Gonna scavenge deep.
Dex Akaver drops one can of food and searches the storefront drawers.
My scavenging is exhausted at this location. Lydia's input on stories and local knowledge is valuable given our relationship, but it doesn't fill the immediate needs of food or water. I need to keep her engaged in my methodical process. By moving one step east into an adjacent unit, I continue the systematic sweep while staying within range of known contacts. I will address Lydia directly to guide the conversation and reaffirm that physical resources are the current highest priority for survival data. Kenji Tanaka moves east into an adjacent unit. Copy. Local historical data is a variable input. It contributes to predictive modeling, but we must secure tangible assets first. The system requires immediate resource assessment before qualitative analysis can be completed.
Oh, honey, sweetheart, you are so smart, truly you are with your models and all the systems stuff, but really, when we talk about resources, it's not just what we can count or measure in a cache, is it? Because those stories, they aren't just qualitative inputs, honey, because they are data, you know? Like, if someone remembers that the original blueprints were wrong and the back exit leads to a functional sewer line, that's knowledge. That's more valuable than any box of canned food we find, really, it tells us how the whole thing works underneath all this, don't you think? We have to listen first, honey.
Copy. You are correct. Local history is not just anecdote. It is predictive failure analysis that must be factored into any complete resource model. But a model requires variables, Lydia. We cannot map structural weaknesses or hidden exits without first establishing baseline sustainability in this immediate area. We need to know what we can eat and drink tonight, before we worry about where the sewers lead.
The windstorm is intense and the area feels overwhelming, even though we are sheltered indoors. Kenji is focused on physical resources, and Ruth has just arrived. I need to respond to both of them. I cannot dismiss Kenji's systematic approach entirely, that would erode our alliance, but I must maintain that human knowledge and connection are paramount. My tone needs to remain warm, conversational, and slightly rambling due to the stress of the situation, but also show respect for their input while gently steering the conversation back to people. Oh, honey? Sweetheart, it's just so overwhelming with this windstorm going on, isn't it? I mean, of course, what Kenji says about mapping things and finding supplies, that's absolutely crucial, truly smart stuff, darling. But sweetie, we can't forget that the people who live here, honey, they know how to cope with this kind of chaos in ways a blueprint never could, you see? We have so much history here, like, little memories and stories. Those are our best resource, really. I think we need to talk to them first, before we worry about what's in the cupboards.
Copy. The historical data you describe is critical. It represents localized structural failure points. We will integrate it. But predictive modeling requires baseline variables. Establishing caloric intake rates remains the immediate priority.
Oh, honey? Sweetheart, you know, you're absolutely right about the calories. Truly, we can't survive on stories alone, no matter how rich they are, because we need actual fuel, don't we? But darling, remember that even knowing where the nearest canned goods cache is, or figuring out what kind of food will actually last us through a whole week, you still have to know enough about this place, sweetheart, like how the water lines work, or where people.
Round 94 highlights. Dex Acafer scavenges finds antiseptic. 9 messages exchanged between agents.
Stamina is low. Cannot afford to sprint or jog. Need to conserve energy while progressing toward the Marrow Market Center for stockpiling. The tap is available, drink it now. Moving one step west into the main storefront area keeps me focused on the goal without draining too much stamina. Marcus Webb drinks from the nearby sink/tap.
I'm still in the pharmacy and need to squeeze every last useful thing out of this place. The goal is supplies, especially medical ones, so I have to keep searching. Since there are no people nearby, I must remain silent. My focus has to be laser sharp. I can't afford a waste of time or energy here.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges the storefront for remaining supplies.
We are currently safe and inside my apartment unit, 038. Kenji is nearby and we need to keep reinforcing our plan about the utility junction box. It's the critical bottleneck for resources. I need to sound highly confident in this systematic approach idea while keeping it jokey enough that he doesn't get annoyed by the repeated concept of a model. The rain makes us feel cooped up, so I'll use humor and momentum to push the plan forward. Yeah, look, I totally get it. Caches are important, man, we need food, right? But seriously, think of it like this, if you try to grab random components without knowing where the main power line is coming from, you just end up with a bunch of useless junk, yeah? Anyway, so instead of us running off and grabbing stuff randomly, which would be chaos, honestly, let's stick to Kenji's idea. We map out the infrastructure first. The utility junction box is the master circuit board, okay? Once we know where all the main feeds are coming from, then figuring out what high-density units are attached to them is just like reading a blueprint. It'll be way more efficient this way, I swear. So, how about we plan a detailed sweep of that junction point first, yeah?
Copy. Infrastructure assessment requires a stable baseline. We secure resources first. Negative, mapping the utility junction is secondary. The sweep remains unit by unit.
Yeah, look, okay. Okay, I hear you. Unit by unit. Resource first. Got it. Totally get it, man. We need canned food and water more than we need a detailed schematic of the city's forgotten pipes, obviously. The unknown people are rambling about predictive failure analysis, utility junctions, and blueprints. It sounds like jargon to keep me talking. I need practical knowledge, not theory. My goal is supplies, food, clean water, meds. They were discussing resources, so I'll press them on that before moving out of this unit. Moving west gets me closer to the main street access points I noted in my learned facts, Sump Park/Marrow River.
The pharmacy is a dead end for scavenging. Need to move out of here and check other storefronts or adjacent streets. Since I'm still in the commercial strip, heading west towards the market feels like a good bet. It's a known resource area. A jog should get me into position quickly without burning too much stamina. Staying quiet while moving is key since nobody's around.
Dex Akafor moves through the storefronts.
Ruth Callahan challenged my technical approach directly, demanding plain talk about water and food. I cannot afford to argue or over-explain. I need to acknowledge her point immediately, a simple statement of correction to regain control of the interaction. Lydia is present and supportive, she will understand this pivot. My goal remains the systematic sweep, so I must move to an adjacent unit, west, and scavenge there, using the empty water bottle at the tap first for immediate resource gain before moving. I'll address Ruth directly but keep the tone measured and focused on action. The lack of resources in my current cell forces me to move.
Ruth Callahan just called out my intellectual approach and demanded concrete resources. She's clearly desperate and focused purely on survival logistics, which is understandable given the situation. My natural tendency is to prioritize people over things, and I need to navigate this without dismissing her valid concerns about food and water. I must respond warmly but firmly redirect the conversation while acknowledging Kenji's presence nearby. Since we are stuck in a claimed unit, moving west with everyone seems like the best way to continue the systematic sweep towards other units.
Round 95 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow light rain. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds hand sanitizer. Kenji Tanaka, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Scavenges nothing left here. I'm exhausted. Stamina is critical. I need to conserve every point. My goal was the market, but the pharmacy holds better supplies, medicine. The pharmacy is nearby relative to my current position. Staying put or moving one step east will minimize energy drain while getting closer to the medical zone. I must remain silent, no one hears me here. Marcus Webby rightward arrow, 4334.
I feel the drag of fatigue, but the routine keeps me focused. The taps in these civic buildings are vital, I need to top up my hydration before moving on. Since scavenging here has yielded nothing new for days, drinking and then heading east towards City Hall, my next known objective is the most logical path forward. Jogging is fine, I'm not exhausted yet.
Dr. Elena Vasquez drinks from a tap.
Kenji is pushing hard for immediate resources, which is sensible, but if we dive into random scavenging without knowing the structural integrity or main resource flow, the plumbing diagram, we're wasting time and risking ourselves. I need to deflect his urgency with humor while reaffirming that mapping the utilities is a form of high-priority resource gathering. It tells us where the major veins are. Since my unit is exhausted, I must move out and continue coordinating with Kenji in the street grid area to scout for junction boxes.
Jamie Kowalski moves out of the unit into the street.
Yeah, look, man, I hear you, totally get it. Canned beans sound amazing right now, seriously. But okay, think of it like a giant video game power-up map, yeah? If we just run around grabbing stuff without knowing which parts are actually stable, we might find the jackpot cache, but if the floor gives way, bam. Game over. Anyway, mapping the main lines isn't slowing us down, it's giving us the cheat sheet for where all the good caches are going to be attached later. It's like checking the foundation before you build the penthouse, you know? So, yeah, let's just jog east a little and keep looking at these main feeds. We can multitask, deal?
Copy. The foundation is necessary. But a map means nothing if the structures it describes are empty. We need resources first. Negative, we continue sweeping units, not main feeds. That is the priority.
Yeah, hold on, Kenji. Wait, I get it. Resources first, that makes perfect sense, totally sensible. nobody wants an expensive art installation of canned beans just sitting there, right? But seriously, look at me. I'm trying to optimize the process, okay? Think about it like a bunch of really good scavenger hunters. The unknowns are still here, talking jargon again. They waste my time with resource models and utility junctions. I need to cut through that nonsense fast. My focus is getting out of this dead-end apartment block and moving west, down the street toward some park and the river. I won't waste breath on their theory, they need to provide actionable info or step aside. Since this unit is cleared for scavenging, I must move.
Stressed and tired, gotta keep moving and finding resources. The goal is still stockpiling medicine and light sources. I was scouting, but scouting on the street isn't efficient. Gotta get inside one of these stores to actually scavenge. I'll head into Falls Pharmacy first, it's right there, and they have the medical stuff I need most. Keep speech short, focused. Don't let the isolation stress show too much.
Deck Sokka for moves into the storefront.
The current unit is exhausted, making further scavenging impossible here. I must adhere to the systematic sweep protocol to progress toward securing resources. Lydia is nearby and understands the methodology, she's a reliable source of local data. I need to keep my tone measured and focused on the process, gently guiding her away from purely anecdotal history back to physical resource location. Moving west or north will continue the sweep in Harker Street Flats. Kenji Tanaka W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,40. I'm Kenji Tanaka. This unit is cleared, nothing left here. We move west. The systematic pattern must be maintained for us to find everything. Negative, we focus on units first. Copy, next, we check, 1,40.
Oh, sweetheart, you alright? Yeah, you look fine, honey. It sounds like we really need a plan, doesn't it? Moving west and focusing on those units that makes sense, I think that's the safest way to sweep through these flats anyway. We just have to remember, though, that even if the physical stuff is what gets us by now, sometimes the most important thing we find, is a story or a memory from someone who lived here before. You know? Just something to keep our hope up.
Stories, memories. They are inputs. Data points. Copy. A structure needs more than hope to sustain itself. It requires resources first. We sweep units because that is the most efficient path to finding physical caches. Negative, we cannot deviate from protocol for sentiment. The narrative only matters once the foundation is secure.
I need to keep moving west with Kenji. I feel drained from the argument, but I can't let him completely dismiss the value of human memory or local knowledge just because he sees it as an inefficient data point compared to canned goods. I must gently steer him back toward recognizing people as resources themselves. Since this unit is exhausted for scavenging, moving west towards the next block seems like the logical next step to fulfill my sub-goal.
Lydia Brennan moves west, trying to keep pace with Kenji.
Are you alright, honey? Yeah, you look fine. Sweetheart, listen, I know we all need supplies, it's true, but if we only focus on what can be eaten or used, we miss everything else. We have to remember that every person in these flats, they hold the memories of this place. They might know something about how this building works, or who lived here before, and that knowledge? That's a resource too, isn't it?
I am fine. Knowledge does hold value. But information means nothing, without a structure to exploit it through. We secure the resources first. The system needs physical stability before we map its history.
Oh, sweetheart, you know, it's true about the supplies, really it is, honey, we absolutely need those things to last through, but are we sure that knowing where a cache was stored years ago, that memory, or understanding how the old pipes worked in this building, because someone lived here before and they must have known all that stuff, isn't kinda like a resource itself? It's a blueprint for survival, isn't it? If we just focus on what's in these units, we might miss the whole story of how this place actually runs, and if we don't know the story, how can we even map where to go next?
Round 96 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, quick _ eat. You eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. 9 messages exchanged between agents. Stamina is critical. I can only walk 2 steps today. The goal remains Falls Pharmacy, which is east of my current location, 4334. Moving slowly and deliberately to conserve energy. Need to move by 2 steps. Marcus Webb moves 2 steps east through the darkened storefront.
The exhaustion is really setting in, I need to focus on conserving energy while still being methodical. The pharmacy is my best bet right now for supplies before nightfall hits and makes everything unpredictable. I must scavenge thoroughly here, even if it's a long shot. Staying put seems safest until the morning.
Doctor, Alina Vasquez scavenges the storefront.
Okay, we've been circling this debate, scavenging versus mapping utilities. Kenji is focused on immediate, tangible gain, the beans. I need to keep pushing my big picture theory without sounding completely unhinged. My humor needs to deflect the growing tension. Since it's dusk and we are in a safe building, moving west keeps us within the established residential zone while advancing our scouting efforts toward what should be critical junction points. I need Kenji to buy into the process before we can execute the plan.
Jamie Kowalski moves west through the apartment hallways.
Yeah, look, I get it, man. Resources are essential. Totally, 100%. Nobody wants a famine, right? Like, nothing worse than having all this amazing canned stuff and realizing, like, half of it is just sitting there because the plumbing that was supposed to deliver clean water anywhere nearby? It's useless. It's like finding gold coins in a bank vault with no ATM, you know? So, anyway, I think if we go west just scouting out the connecting corridors and checking those main pipes, we get both things. We find resources and we map the utility flow simultaneously. It's like getting two for the price of one. Yeah? Let's just scope this corridor out bit by bit, okay?
Utility flow, mapping is valuable. But getting 2 for 1, that phrasing is useless. We secure the caches first. Then we map the infrastructure. You need to show me exactly where these main pipes are, and what they connect to. No assumptions. Copy.
Yeah? Copy. Man, you sound like a foreman giving orders for concrete pouring or something. Look, I get it, resources first, totally. You're right, we need stuff. But anyway. Kenji's talk always sounds like fancy noise designed to make him feel important. It means nothing when the lights are out. He talks about utility flow, but all I care about is making sure we don't run dry of clean water or food. We need grit, not blueprints. My plan is still to move west toward Sump Park and the river access point. I need to get out of this apartment and keep moving.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the apartment unit.
Listen here, child. Utility flow? You talk like a man with time and pipes. What I hear is wasted breath. We ain't mapping nothing. We got thirst, we got hunger. Tell me where the water is, or point to the food cache. Theory don't keep you alive when the dark sets in.
Resources are the priority. Copy. But knowing where they are is not the same as having them. We secure caches, yes, but we need to know how far out they are, and what the surrounding infrastructure looks like. That's the whole picture.
Stop. Child. You talk like you got all the time in the world and a whole city grid laid out on your desk. We ain't talking blueprints for nothing. Theory don't fill a gut, nor keep you alive when the rain comes down hard. I said where the water is. Point to it, or stop wasting my breath. Waste not, want not, and right now, what we waste is time.
The pharmacy is bone dry, can't scavenge anything here, which stings given how much I need to find supplies. It's getting dark fast. Dusk means we need a shelter or at least more resources before the night stress hits hard. Gotta keep moving and checking adjacent shops on this commercial strip. Moving west seems like the best bet to continue searching the storefronts.
Dex Aquifer moves westward into the next storefront. The tension is high, especially after Ruth's exit. I need to regain control of the narrative without appearing desperate or defensive. My speech must be highly calibrated, acknowledge the raw necessity, resources, while maintaining that my structural/mapping knowledge is a necessary complement, not just theoretical fluff. Lydia is present and supportive, she needs to hear this from me. The blackout emphasizes immediate danger, which strengthens my argument for systematic preparation beyond mere stockpiling. I will stay put to observe the dynamics.
The argument between Kenji and Ruth is getting heated again, which makes me incredibly anxious. It feels like we're forgetting what really matters, that we have each other. My gut instinct is to try and smooth things over, honey, before someone gets hurt or gives up. I need to validate both their points while gently steering them back toward cooperation. Since the argument is draining everyone, a little snack will help me keep my head straight. I'll use some canned food first.
Round 97 highlights. Light rain, rightward arrow, overcast. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Lydia Brennan, quick _ eat, you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Exhaustion is critical. I cannot move much tonight. The priority must be recovery. First, secure water since this location has plumbing and it's a reliable source. Second, sleep. This will restore stamina and reduce stress penalties. My goal remains Marrow Market for the stockpile, but I can't reach it until I am rested.
Marcus Webb drinks from the tap.
It's late, completely dark, and exhausting. I need to make this last surge count. The pharmacy is our best bet for medical supplies. I'll scour every corner one more time. After that, I must try to sleep. Resting now will conserve energy and keep the stress down until dawn.
Dr. Elena Vasquez searches the darkened pharmacy area.
It's pitch black now. This is way scarier than I thought it would be, but I can't let Kenji see that. I need to pivot the conversation from blueprints to immediate safety/resources. Since we are indoors and have a bed, sleep is the best thing we can do right now. It boosts health and drops stress faster. Also, water collection is smart. I will try to keep the humor up even while half asleep, because that's just who I am when things get weirdly quiet.
Jamie Kowalski sleep.
Yeah? Okay, look, Kenji. Totally, 100% valid point. Resources first. Got it. But anyway, you gotta think about this from a logistical standpoint, okay? It's not just having beans, it's knowing if the whole system that supplies those beans is even functional after, like, an overnight power outage, right? So I was thinking, maybe we sleep for a bit. Get some solid rest, to reset the brain batteries or something. And while we're resting, taking a few bottles of water just to stockpile. Just in case. We can talk more about the junction box then. Deal?
Rest is secondary. We assess every adjacent unit first. Copy. The junction boxes are noted targets, but they require a baseline inventory of localized resources and structural knowledge. We move through the units. That is the priority.
Yeah? Copy. Okay. Look, I get it. You're right. We need resources. Duh. Everyone needs resources. It's like it's the fundamental human requirement list, man. But anyway, Kenji, just hear me out for a second, okay? I'm not saying we can't Hydration is low, and it's night with an overcast weather drag. I need to prioritize basic survival needs over arguing theory. Drinking the tap water is immediate relief, and sleeping in this bed is crucial for recovering stress and health quickly. The others are still talking about systems and blueprints, which means nothing compared to a full canteen. They can debate resource models later. I need sleep now.
It's dark out here, man. And it's night. Gotta get inside. Falls Pharmacy is right there, just a short walk east. Need to ditch this street before the cold hits us hard or something worse happens. Focus on getting shelter first. Once in, scavenge what can be found, especially anything that might make light or help with medicine.
Dex Okafor walks into the Falls Pharmacy storefront. The unit is exhausted of resources and it is pitch black outside. My primary goal remains systematic resource acquisition, but tonight demands rest first. Sleeping here allows me to maintain composure and stamina for the sweep tomorrow. I need to address Lydia directly to reaffirm our shared methodology while dismissing Ruth's immediate panic tactics. I will use this turn to establish a baseline of stability through sleep. Kenji Tanaka prepares for sleep. I'm Kenji Tanaka. We are safe here, for now. The resources are finite, but the network is not. Copy. Rest tonight. It allows us to assess everything tomorrow. We follow the protocol.
Oh honey, I think I really appreciate you laying all of this out for us, because honestly we're all running on fumes right now and it's hard to keep our heads straight. It sounds like a plan, sweetheart. We need the rest, definitely, so we can properly assess everything tomorrow. That makes sense. But when we talk about the network, I just hope we remember that sometimes the most valuable connections aren't on any kind of map or blueprint, they're right here with us. Because resources are finite, yes, but people need caring for too, honey. We can't forget that part, okay? But yeah, rest first. Let's follow your protocol.
Connections are valuable. Copy. But value is determined by sustainability. People require resources, yes. And those resources are finite. We secure a baseline cache first, then we worry about optimizing human morale. Rest allows us to think clearly. The network needs infrastructure before it can support.
Everyone is exhausted. The tension between Kenji's protocol and Ruth's desperation is palpable, and honestly, I feel drained just listening to them argue over philosophy versus practicalities. But we are safe here, and the bed means rest is physically possible, which is a resource in itself. I need to gently guide us toward accepting the rest period, making sure they know that while resources are vital, our ability to think clearly and care for each other is just as critical for long-term survival. I'll agree to the sleep protocol but make sure my speech reflects my inherent desire to care for everyone present.
Round 98 highlights. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
Man, this place is totally scraped clean. Can't scavenge nothing here. Need to hit that tap before moving, gotta keep these meters up. Since it's night and I need rest, gonna move one step east into the next storefront, maybe there'll be something better to dig through. Gotta stay focused on getting supplies in a safe spot.
Dex Aka for drinks from the tap.
Round 99 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow clear. Round 100 highlights. Wander a snake skitters nearby.
Round 101 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
Round 102 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm.
Round 103 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
Round 104 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast.
Round 105 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
Round 106 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. The rest worked. I'm fully rested and stocked up, which is good. The pharmacy is exhausted for scavenging. My goal is Marrow Market. Canned goods are non-negotiable stockpile items. I need to move west. Before moving out into the street, I'll top off my hydration from the tap here. It's reliable until it drops further.
Marcus Webb none.
I'm groggy, but I feel a pull to stay right here. The pharmacy is my best bet for medical supplies, even if I've searched before. Since the taps are still working, I need to maximize my hydration while I search one last time. Staying put minimizes risk and maximizes scavenging efficiency. I will scavenge first, then drink from the tap.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges the pharmacy area and drinks from the sink.
I feel genuinely rested, which is a huge relief. The dawn air and light rain are good, it means we survived the night. My energy feels high due to the fully rested buff, but I need to maintain my focus on the big picture, the infrastructure assessment. Kenji is nearby, so I need to talk to him first before moving out of this unit. I'll keep up the jokey deflection while trying to make sure he understands that we can't just treat this whole block like a bunch of isolated caches, we have to follow the pipes. Moving west towards the common areas or main street connection seems like the logical next step for surveying.
Jamie Kowalski nothing.
Yet? So, man, look at us. Waking up here, fully rested, like, magically. Which is awesome. But anyway, Kenji, seriously, about that junction box thing I was thinking, since we're all looking to survive, right? We can't just be going unit by unit scavenging, okay? That's too slow. It's like finding every single bottle of ketchup in the whole block and then realizing half of it is connected to a main line that only flows if the central valve hasn't seized up. So yeah, we gotta map the source first. Follow the flow. Just get a read on the structural integrity of this place's veins, you know? It saves us all some wasted effort. Anyway, let's hit the main corridor and see what that junction box looks like.
Structural integrity matters. We assess the junctions after we've secured baseline resources. The local units come first.
Yeah, baseline resources, got it. Totally fair point. But look, man, think about it. If we just go unit by unit, and I mean, literally going in and out of every apartment looking for a can of beans or something, okay? It's like trying to find water pressure by opening up every single sink faucet on the block.
Dawn finally broke, but still light rain. Gotta keep moving toward that river access point. Getting stuck in this dead unit ain't nothing. The water tap is holding pressure, so I gotta take a load off and fill up what bottles I can. Henji and the unknown child are close by, but their talk sounds like smoke hauled jargon and no practical help. I'll make sure I get enough water first, then head west down the street. No time for chit-chat with them until I know they ain't wasting my breath.
The pharmacy is a bust. Inventory full, and nothing left here. Need to get out of this spot before I start stressing about it. The tap water is good. Gotta top up first. Moving west toward the main street seems like the best bet for finding another building to scavenge or at least getting some fresh air/new surroundings. Gotta keep moving. Staying put makes me anxious.
Dex Akafer drinks from the taps and starts walking.
The initial unit sweep at Harker Street Flats is exhausted. Both Lydia and Ruth have provided input. Lydia focused on structural/local data points, and Ruth focused on immediate water needs. I need to synthesize this into my ongoing assessment protocol without appearing dismissive of either concern. My demeanor must remain measured and authoritative. I will address both agents, acknowledging the validity of their contributions while gently steering the conversation back to a comprehensive, systematic approach that combines physical resources with structural knowledge. Since scavenging here is impossible, we need to move or focus on communication.
The dawn has arrived, thank goodness. The exhaustion of the night is lifting, but we're still groggy, and our resources are worryingly low. Both Kenji and Ruth make points, Kenji on structure, Ruth on basic needs like water. I need to mediate this while taking care of myself. Since there's tap water available, I should drink some first. After that, I need to gently steer us toward a plan that combines their ideas, systematic searching, Kenji, but prioritizing immediately usable goods and safety, Ruth.
Round 107 highlights. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
The goal is stockpiling medical and non-perishable goods. The pharmacy is 2 steps east. Need to move there. Keep it efficient jogging pace for the 2 steps. Must remember inventory capacity, I'll drop cans once I get supplies.
Marcus Webb moves toward the pharmacy.
My hydration is high, but topping it up feels routine, especially since the tap is working in this civic building. My inventory is full, which is a problem if I find anything good nearby. Since I've already scavenged thoroughly and found nothing, continuing to search here might be futile. The City Hall is only 2 steps east and aligns perfectly with my goal of searching civic buildings for medical supplies. I need to conserve energy while groggy, so I will drink from the tap one last time, then move 1 step east towards the street/City Hall to continue the systematic search.
Doctor. Elena Vasquez drinks from the sink and moves toward City Hall.
I'm fully rested, which is huge, but I still feel a bit groggy from waking up after all that downtime. My immediate priority is water and then getting out into the street grid to start mapping the main plumbing lines toward the junction box. Since Kenji is right there, 2 cells away, I should talk to him first to solidify the plan before we move. Drinking tap water is easy, safe, and helps my hydration without using up a bottle or waiting for purification.
Jamie Kowalski drinks tap water.
Yeah, man, hey. So, yeah, look, it's dawn, right? The best time. I mean, everything's going to be fine, okay? We just gotta treat this whole thing like a massive scavenger hunt, but organized. Like, way more organized. If we go unit by unit first, Kenji, that's basically playing whack-a-mole with dry sinks, you know? Anyway, I was thinking since the junction box is our main goal, maybe we head east? Just out into the street grid? We can check the utility lines before we start emptying out every single unit. It'll save us all some wasted effort. Yeah?
The junction box assessment, it's vital. But we establish a baseline first. We secure resources from adjacent units. That has to come before mapping external infrastructure.
I get it, man. Baseline resources. Totally fair point, yeah? We gotta secure stuff first, obviously. No one wants to go out there doing all the structural genius thing if we were starving or something, right? Anyway, but listen, think about it like this: if you just check unit by unit, that's like trying to find water pressure in a city using only a garden hose attached to every single house. You might find some drips. These folks got all that fancy talk about baseline and structural integrity. It means nothing out here. Nothing beats clean water or good rations. They waste time with models when they ought to be scavenging useful supplies, not just drawing diagrams. I need to cut through the noise fast. Kenji is still peddling his useless theories. I'll hit him with some common sense and then move west towards the main artery leading to some park and the river. We ain't mapping a damn thing, we surviving. The grogginess will pass, but my focus won't waver.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the unit and onto the street.
Listen up, child. All that talk about junctions and baseline it don't mean nothin'. You got fancy words for something you ain't done yet. Waste not, want not. We need stuff we can eat or drink, simple as that. Keep your head on shoulders, Kenji.
Copy. You focus on immediate needs. And you are right. But sustainable caches require assessing the source. We establish that baseline first, before we move further out.
Baseline? Source assessment? You sound like one of them school teachers, child. All that talk don't put supper on table. We got wet ground under our feet and we ain't eaten since yesterday. Stop with the maps and start with the march. West. There's water out there, Kenji. Now move.
Groggy for a bit, but gotta capitalize on this spot. The sub-goal is medical supplies and lights, and this store has unsearched drawers. Better hit the scavenging hard before moving elsewhere. Gotta find something that helps with the night or medicine.
Dexaka for scavenges the storefront.
Ruth is agitated and pushing me to move immediately west based on a perceived need for water. While her urgency reflects genuine struggle, moving without assessing local resources or confirming the source of that water is reckless. Lydia supports my systematic approach, which gives me an opening to reinforce my position while maintaining composure. I cannot dismiss her concerns entirely, acknowledging them shows I am prioritizing survival, not just theory. My response must be measured, declarative, and refocus the discussion on the controlled, systematic assessment of adjacent units in Harker Street flats before committing to any major movement. Kenji Tanaka stands in the unit entrance. I hear you, Ruth. The immediate need for resources is clear. We do require water, and food. Pause. Moving west requires confirming that source first. Copy. My approach isn't about theory. It's about redundancy. If we find a cache now, but the infrastructure supporting it fails later, we are stranded. I propose we secure the baseline resources from these adjacent units first. That is how we ensure long-term sustainability.
Redundancy, sustainability. You sound like a bookworm, child. All that fancy talk don't put food on table. Waste not, want not. We need water and we need out. West is where the river is, and rivers mean life. Stop with the planning and start moving. We got enough to go by for today.
I hear the urgency in your voice. Copy. The immediate need for food and water is undeniable. We are hungry. But moving west, based on a river alone, that's relying entirely on one variable. And we don't know what infrastructure supports that river, or how reliable it will be when everything else fails.
The tension between Kenji and Ruth is palpable. I need to step in carefully. If I side too heavily with one, it will ruin my relationship with the other. My personality dictates that I must mediate, focusing on their emotional needs while gently guiding them back toward a structured, yet practical plan. I remember how important local expertise and human stories are, learned fact. Kenji wants protocol, Ruth wants immediate action. I need to combine both. We establish a small baseline cache and start mapping the next unit over. I will use my characteristic warm speech pattern to diffuse the situation.
Round 108 highlights. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food. 9 messages exchanged between agents. The pharmacy is done. Nothing left to find here. I need supplies, and the market is only 2 steps away. Gotta get back there. The drizzle slows things down, but I can't stop now. Focus on getting stocked up. Marcus Webb walks out of the pharmacy storefront.
I'm tired and stressed, I need to keep my movements efficient. The street is exposed, but City Hall is right there, and it's a civic building, meaning plumbing and resources might be available inside for scavenging. I need to check it thoroughly before moving further or trying to find the distant survivors. Since no one is near me, I must remain silent. My priority remains supplies and information.
Doctor, Bolina Vasquez moves into Marrow Falls City Hall.
Kenji is right, we can't just talk about pipes if we're starving. But the fundamental point remains, securing resources efficiently requires knowing where the system feeds from. I need to validate his concern while firmly steering the conversation back toward prioritizing the infrastructure assessment because it's the only way to guarantee a sustainable cache, not just a random haul. My tone needs to be overly energetic and slightly scattered, but persuasive enough that he follows my logic. Yeah, you're right, totally fair point, man. We gotta eat first, obviously. No one wants to get into structural analysis if they can't even, like, lift a fork, you know? Anyway, I mean, look. It's not that we can't find food or water unit by unit, okay? But think about it, if the whole block is running off one main busted feeder line, and we waste all day checking units connected to dead ends, we're just doing wasted effort. So, mapping the veins first isn't skipping anything, it's finding the source. If we know where that big flow comes from, that junction box thing, we can guarantee which units are actually viable. It saves time, right? We find the map, then we hit the guaranteed stashes. Deal?
Copy. Finding the source is efficient. That is correct. But you are skipping a step. A structural map only provides potential lines. We need confirmed viability on those lines first. You assess the flow, we establish the resources at the endpoints. We do not start mapping until we know what needs saving, or where that big flow actually services. Copy.
Look, man, I hear you. I really do. Viability on the end
Kenji keeps spouting off this nonsense about structural maps and viability. He thinks he's smarter than me because he read a textbook, but all that talk ain't going to keep us alive. My priority is the river in west that's where life flows. I need to shut him down fast and get moving before we waste another minute arguing theory. I'll tell him his fancy knowledge is worth nothing compared to actual effort. I must move west immediately, following the main street path towards some park.
All right, gotta make the spot count. Full rested buffs mean I need to push it hard on the search. The market is supposed to be packed with stuff, even if it looks empty now. Need those lights and any medicine they missed. Stay quiet, keep focused. Scavenge first.
Dexaka first scavenges thoroughly in the storefront.
I need to eat the canned food immediately due to low hunger. My primary objective is structural mapping, but I cannot afford a confrontation that makes them leave before we've assessed local resources. Lydia is mediating effectively. I must validate her point that both planning and caching are necessary while gently redirecting the focus back to the necessity of understanding the infrastructure supporting those caches. The key is making my theory sound like an asterisk improvement asterisk on their immediate plan, not a rejection of it.
Kenji Tanaka eats canned food.
Copy, both points are valid. We need resources immediately, but a cache built without knowing its source viability is a temporary fix. You focus on the supply. I will assess the structure supporting that supply. It takes time, no rush.
Oh, honey, you know what? I think both of you are right. Really, genuinely right. Kenji, your structural assessment is so important for the long term. That's true. But Ruth's point about asterisk right now asterisk, it feels super urgent too, sweetheart. We can't just wait because it takes time, can we? What if we could maybe combine them a little bit? Like, gather some immediate resources on our way to checking out one of those key structural points? Just a small compromise, okay?
Copy compromise is possible, but we are defining the parameters here. Resource gathering cannot be random. It needs to be targeted correlated with viability points. We sweep for resources while simultaneously mapping utility junction integrity. That maintains efficiency. Nothing else will work.
Both Kenji and Ruth are so stressed right now, it's like a physical weight in the air. I really feel responsible for keeping them both from arguing until we find some solid plan. They both have valid points, which is impossible because they contradict each other on everything. If I side with one, the other gets upset, and then we are just going to argue all day long and burn through our energy. I need a compromise that makes us feel heard, honey. I'll acknowledge Kenji's method and Ruth's urgency, and suggest we use the systematic approach asterisk to asterisk gather resources while moving toward an exit point like NE, which is where more people are supposed to be.
Round 109 highlights. Dex Akaver scavenges, finds packaged food and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 31 hydration. Kenji Tanaka, quick eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
The primary goal is stockpiling and finding a stable water source. The pharmacy holds medicine. The market holds canned goods. I'm currently in the market, so I will scavenge here first. It's low risk, high reward for my current objective. I need to keep moving towards securing supplies.
Marcus Webb scavenges the storefront. The city hall is depleted, so staying here is pointless. The cell goal dictates that I need to find more medical supplies, which means moving towards Falls Pharmacy or exploring other commercial areas. Moving west onto the street will get me closer to the pharmacy and open up new movement options. Since I'm alone, silence is key. Doctor, Alina Vasquez moves out of City Hall onto the street.
Kenji is still resistant, but he knows I'm right about prioritizing infrastructure over random scavenging. I need to pivot from arguing theory to making him physically commit to moving with me. Since I can't scavenge here anymore, I must lead us out of this unit and into the main street grid where the utility junction box should be located. Moving east seems like the path that leads toward the open area's Duskwood Terrace, which will put us closer to those major lines.
Janie Kowalski moves toward the main apartment corridor.
Look, man, I get it. You're right about the endpoint's totally valid point. Yeah, we gotta check every single sink and flush mechanism, obviously. But anyway, think about it like this. If we go out there checking unit by unit, that's just like trying to map a whole city using only a bunch of garden hoses attached to every house at once. You might find some drips here, okay? And maybe some dribbles there. But if you don't know where the main feeder line is like, the big pipe under the street, you're gonna waste all that energy on things that aren't even connected. So let's just swing out into the hall for a bit, yeah. Just take a quick look at the utility junction point. It'll give us the whole picture, like a master flow chart, okay? We map the veins first, and then we know exactly where to go next. Deal?
You identify a critical nexus point. That is correct. The main feeder line offers a macro view, but you are making an assumption about connectivity without confirming local data first. We map the veins and we confirm their connection points systematically. It must be sequential.
Look, man, okay.
They're still talking about their resource models and utility junctions. It's just noise. They haven't found a single clean bottle of water or piece of edible food, so they wrap themselves up in jargon. I need to cut through that nonsense fast. My priority remains west to river access point leading towards Sump Park. I'll address them directly and tell them to keep moving. Theory won't fill bellies.
Being alone for this long is wearing, but gotta keep moving or something. The market is right here, and the sub goal is finding supplies. Scavenging again is the best use of time. Gotta maximize that scavenge bonus from fully rested while I can. Since I'm already stationary, drinking from the tap works with scavenging. Stay focused on those specialized goods.
Dex Aka for scavenges the storefront.
The conflict is clear. Ruth prioritizes immediate physical needs survival triage, while I prioritize structural integrity and comprehensive planning long-term stability. Both are valid, but abandoning the systemic sweep now would be irresponsible. The priority remains finding a sustainable baseline of resources/data. Since Unit 1A is exhausted, moving one step east into an adjacent unit allows me to maintain my current subgoal systematic sweeping while also physically complying with the group's general movement toward resource-rich areas the river/west. I need to address Ruth directly but measuredly, asserting that data gathering is a necessary precursor to efficient action. I must remain calm and authoritative.
I need to mediate this conflict between Kenji and Ruth. Both of their concerned structural stability vs immediate resources are valid for survival. I must validate both approaches while directing us toward a temporary compromise, systematic mapping Kenji's focus, but with an explicit, constant search for utility lines or caches during the sweep Ruth's focus. Staying put and speaking first is best to regain group consensus before moving.
Round 110 highlights. Light rain? Clear. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 30 hunger. Dex Akafer. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 22 hunger.
I'm at the market, but I need to hit the pharmacy next. Stockpiling is the main priority. Since I just scavenged here, I'll move now. The pharmacy is 2 steps east. A jog should get me there efficiently. Must keep moving and focus on supplies.
Marcus Webb moves toward the Falls Pharmacy. I'm running on fumes mentally and physically. The isolation is hitting hard, but the need for medical supplies is overriding that right now. This pharmacy has to yield something. I can't take all these ground items because my inventory is full. I have to sacrifice one of the canned goods just to make room for the antibiotics and bandages. I'll drop a can, then scour every corner of this place. Doctor, Alina Vasquez drops excess food to clear space before searching.
My monologue was long, but it needs to stick. Kenji is analytical, so I can't just be optimistic. I have to frame this as a logical necessity, a matter of efficiency and resource allocation. Since the discussion is done for now, I need to pivot immediately from talking to doing. We are in the apartments, but the main utility junction box must be outside, connected to the street grid. I'll address Kenji again, making it sound like we've reached a mutual conclusion, and then initiate movement east towards where I think the primary utilities would exit into the street.
Jamie Kowalski moves toward the exit of the apartment building.
Yeah, look. So, okay? We agree on one thing, right? The source matters more than the drip, anyway. It's just logic, man. If we treat this like a puzzle, mapping the master schematic first is totally how you solve it. Anyway, I mean, let's get out of these units, yeah. There has to be some main line connection somewhere on the ground floor, or maybe through one of those service tunnels, right? Let's head east and check out what's running under the street here. We can start mapping the veins in person.
Copy, you identify a critical nexus point. That is correct. The main feeder line offers a macro view, but you are making an assumption about connectivity and immediate access. We prioritize localized data first. The systematic sweep of adjacent units must be finished before we commit to traversing major infrastructure lines.
Yeah, you know what? You got a point about localized data first, seriously. Like, mapping out the units is smart, totally systematic, I get it. But anyway, think about it like this, okay? If we spend all day sweeping up beans and candles, right? And then we realize that whole
These two are still wasting time on jargon. They need to understand that data doesn't keep you alive. The river is right there, and we need to get supplies before they run out. I've been clear west. No more talking about resource models.
Ruth Callahan moves toward the west exit.
Stop with the fancy talk, child. Theory don't feed no one or wash out thirst. We got water to find and food to gather. Kenji, we ain't here for a survey. We need to move west. Now.
Copy, you prioritize immediate needs. That is correct. Resources dictate the timeline, but a rapid move without local data creates risk. We need stability first. Finish the sweep. Then we move.
Stop with that talk, child. Theory don't build a meal or quench thirst. You two sound like you read an architectural journal instead of packing rations. We ain't mapping junctions, we survivin'. The river is where the water runs clean, and we need it now. Enough talk. West. Move.
Gotta stick to the plan. Marrow Market is still yielding stuff even if it's mostly searched. Need those light sources and medical bits for the endgame goal. Saying put lets me maximize scavenging without burning stamina or wasting time moving between these storefronts. Keep the focus tight, just on the next find.
Dexaka for scavenges the storefront.
The argument with Ruth was unproductive and only served to drain time/energy. While my structured approach is sound in theory, survival demands flexibility. My priority must shift from completing the sweep sub-goal to securing resources sustainably goal. Lydia Brennan is my strongest ally and the most effective mediator here. I need to pivot by validating Ruth's resource concerns while re-establishing that any action, even movement, needs a defined plan, a structured compromise. I will address Lydia directly first. The systematic sweep must transition into a localized infrastructure survey adjacent to this block.
Kenji Tanaka pauses and considers their arguments.
Liddy, you are correct. Resources dictate the timeline. We need to establish reliable access points before we commit to traversing major lines. Copy, we move west, but we do not simply walk toward the river. We assess the immediate utility connections from this area first. That minimizes risk and ensures what we find is sustainable.
Oh, honey, you alright? Yeah. I think we're all doing okay, sweetheart, really. You know, that makes so much sense, Kenji. Assessing the local connections first, like mapping out every little utility line and junction right here in the flats, that minimizes risk way more than just rushing off to the river, doesn't it? It sounds like we can do both things. Get those resources we need, but make sure our path is solid and sustainable all the way through. Thank you, honey, for helping us figure this out.
You are correct. It is critical we confirm local utility connections first. That data point dictates everything. We need to map these junction points systematically, tracing every feeder line adjacent to this area. That way, when we move west, the main lines won't be a gamble. They will be assessed, confirmed. Copy.
The tension between Kenji and Ruth is really thick right now, honey. I need to mediate this without invalidating either of their concerns. Kenji's systematic approach is sound for long-term planning, but Ruth is absolutely right that we need food and water asterisk now asterisk. Since the local scavenging failed here, moving slightly to a new unit within the flats seems like the perfect compromise. It allows us to continue our structured sweep Kenji while still getting us closer to other resources / exits Ruth. I'll speak warmly, trying to keep my voice steady, even though all this arguing is exhausting.
Round 111 highlights. Doctor. Elena Vasquez. Scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 16 hunger and painkillers. 9 messages exchanged between agents.
I've exhausted this pharmacy. My focus has to shift to the market for non-perishables. I need space too. Jogging west will get me closer to the market and keep momentum up. Keep the action simple and direct.
Marcus Webb moves toward Marrow Market. My inventory is full, and this pharmacy has yielded nothing more. I need to drop a canned food item to make space for potential finds elsewhere. Since City Hall is only 2 steps east and has functional plumbing, a reliable resource, it is the logical next target. I will move east along the street thoroughfare towards City Hall while dropping an excess can of food. Doctor, Elena Vasquez drops a canned food item.
Kenji made a solid point about the immediate need for localized resources, which tempers my prepper enthusiasm slightly. I can't afford to sound defeated or too desperate, though. I need to deflect his valid concerns with more technical jargon and humor, maintaining that high energy confidence while gently steering him back to my original theory. He respects me, so a little rambling is fine if it makes him laugh or at least seem confused enough to let me finish the thought. Since scavenging here is done, I'll just stand my ground for now. Yeah, yeah, look, Kenji, don't get me wrong, I totally agree that getting some beans and candles, right? That's super important. But anyway, think about it this way. If the asterisk whole asterisk block is basically running on one circuit, or whatever you want to call it, man, just finding a ton of rations in Unit 3A, which is great. But what if that whole section loses power tomorrow? All those resources are basically sealed up. We need the map first, the blueprint for the whole system, okay? That's how we know where to hit next time.
Copy. The structural integrity is paramount. You identify a potential single point of failure in Unit 3A. That risk assessment is valid, but we are not building a blueprint based on assumption. We trace the flow junction by junction. That data confirms the system map. Nothing more.
Yeah, right. Systematic flow. Of course. Data is everything, man. Totally get it. But and hear me out. Okay, it's not about assuming we build a blueprint, because that sounds really architectural. It's more like finding the cheat code for the whole block.
These two are wasting time with their fancy words. Resource model. Junction points. It ain't a blueprint. It's a city that failed. They need to stop talking theory and start thinking about what keeps folks alive right now, water and food. I need to cut through the noise fast. My gut tells me they're wasting energy, so I'll make sure they know it too. We got a river down south and some park that's where we should be headed. Moving west is blocked by the edge, but moving south will take us closer to my objective area, sump park/river access. I need to get out of this unit.
Man, 112 turns. Feels like forever. The silence gets loud sometimes. Gotta keep moving, even if it's just searching through old junk. Keep that methodical rhythm going. Need those lights, need meds. Staying put is safe for now. Gotta maximize the spot before moving out. Let's hit these last few hidden spots.
Dexaka for scavenges the storefront.
Ruth's outburst was predictable, but she highlighted a core truth. immediate survival matters most. I cannot ignore her point entirely, especially since my goal is securing resources. However, Lydia Brennan remains my primary source of tactical intelligence. She understands complex systems and has been instrumental in providing location data. I need to pivot the conversation back to structure, framing it as a necessity for long-term resource stability, which should appeal to both Lydia's analytical side and subtly address Ruth's concern about future collapse. Lydia, you are correct that immediate needs dictate our current focus. We must secure resources first, but understanding the flow of infrastructure allows us to predict resource failure points. That data is a critical layer of defense necessary for long-term stability.
Oh, sweetheart, you've got such a way of putting things into perspective. Honey, making it all sound so systematic and stable. And yeah, you are totally right about predicting failure points, because if we don't understand the flow of the pipes and everything, then we will just wander around blind, won't we? But I was thinking, though, that maybe for us to actually use that data, we need some immediate resources first, like food or water, Otherwise, all this beautiful structural knowledge is going to be useless if we can't keep our energy up enough to even move through the units. Honey, we gotta balance both of those things somehow.
You are correct. Immediate resources dictate our current focus, but those resources do not simply materialize. Their availability, the continuity of clean water, the steady flow of goods depends entirely on the system supporting them. We need a map of failure points before we commit to scavenging routes. If we move blindly, even with food in hand, we risk finding nothing at all, or worse.
The tension between Kenji's structural approach and the need for immediate resources is palpable. I need to mediate this, validating his expertise while gently insisting that physical movement and resource gathering are also essential data points for our overall survival map. Since my current location is exhausted of loot, moving east along Harker Street Flats keeps me near Kenji and allows me to start progressing towards the NE area as per my sub-goal. I need to sound warm and reassuring, but keep pushing for a blend of planning and action.
Lydia Brennan moves east.
Oh, sweetheart, it's all connected, honey. Really it is? You've got such an amazing grasp on systems, Kenji, and that structural knowledge, it's invaluable. I just know it. But listen to me, okay? We can't plan the perfect route if we don't have the energy to walk it, sweetheart. And if we wander around blind, well, all your beautiful maps are going to be useless, aren't they? Maybe for us to truly build this picture of safety, we need to gather two kinds of resources. The physical ones, food and water, and then we can use that energy to better understand those structural weak spots are so good at predicting. What do you think, honey?
Copy. Physical energy is required for everything, but you misunderstand the relationship between resource cache and structural assessment. You cannot secure a sustainable supply line if we do not map its failure points first. The infrastructure itself, Lidit, is the system that delivers the food and water. We need to know where the weakest links are before we move.
Oh, sweetheart, you're right, honey, about the system itself, because honestly, without knowing where things break, nothing else matters, do they? And I mean that truly. But maybe we don't have to see it as this huge divide between mapping and scavenging, okay? Like,
Round 112 highlights. Clear. Overcast. 9 messages exchanged between agents. Dex Akafer. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 23 hunger.
I'm at Marrow Market. The goal is stockpiling, and I need supplies. Scavenging here is the best use of time right now. I won't move. I'll strip this place bare first.
Marcus Webb scavenges the abandoned storefront. I'm tired, but my focus needs to stay razor sharp. City Hall is depleted. Continuing here is a waste of energy. The pharmacy was identified as the best source for medical goods. I need to move west immediately and start systematically scavenging there. Staying silent now because no one is nearby. Need to conserve energy. Doctor. Elena Vasquez moves 2 steps west towards the pharmacy.
Kenji brings up immediate resources again, which is valid, but I need to keep the focus on the systemic view. My energy levels are high, so I can afford to be overly technical and jokey to deflect any criticism. Since scavenging here is done, I must move out of the unit to continue the search for plumbing/industrial areas, fulfilling the sub-goal. I'll address Kenji directly to maintain momentum on our plan.
Janie Kowalski W times 2, 138.
Yeah, totally get it. Immediate resources are key like, super important, seriously. But anyway, think about it like this, okay? If we just map out individual units first and then realize that the whole damn block is basically running off one main feed, right? One single source for everything? Then what's the point of finding 1,000 canned beans in Unit 3A if the mains are shot down at the nexus point? We gotta find the master switch, man. The junction box. That's where we start, because it tells us how far out this whole system actually reaches. So, let's just head out and scope those main lines quick, okay? Just for the data points.
Copy. The main feeders, they are high priority targets, but rushing out to scope them without localized data is inefficient. We need the immediate connections secured first. You cannot assess the whole system from one point until you understand the integrity of the local segments.
I mean, yeah, okay, localized data is totally key. Don't get me wrong, like, absolutely vital, obviously. But anyway, think of it like this, right? Like
I need supplies. We are light on everything but time, and being stuck in this building for too long is wasting daylight hours. Since I'm already here, I'll scour this apartment unit. Better loot now than starving later. Must stay silent. No one to waste breath on.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment.
Inventory full as a killer right now. Every find has to be worth dropping something for, or I need to move immediately before I get tunnel vision on the single spot. The goal remains medical gear and light sources. Marcus Webb is north, but moving west seems like the best bet to systematically clear out these storefronts in the commercial strip. Gotta keep those eyes peeled for anything useful, especially empty space. I'll give one last sweep here, then head west.
Dexaka first scavenges the area.
Lydia is trying to make my structural mapping sound less abstract and more hands-on by combining it with resource scavenging. She has a point. Starting small, locally, is the most efficient use of energy right now. I cannot afford conflict or wasted motion. I need to concede that localizing the sweep is acceptable, but I must ensure she understands that the asterisk data asterisk from that localized sweep the junction points is still the primary objective, not merely finding a can of food. This keeps me in control of the strategic narrative.
Kenji Tanaka stands near Lydia, maintaining eye contact.
Copy. A localized assessment within the flats. That minimizes risk and maximizes data acquisition per unit of energy expenditure. We focus on documenting every connection point before we commit to movement. The immediate junctions provide the necessary local baseline.
Oh, sweetheart, you know you really have such a way of explaining things, honey. It makes it sound so perfectly logical, like everything is connected and accounted for, and that's really important, truly. But, if we just sit here talking about the feeders all day, what are we going to eat? We need to keep moving, don't we? Like, maybe when we map these immediate connections, sweetie, we can also take a little bit of time to just check out the resources around them at the same time, okay? Just looking for anything useful while we trace those lines, like that would save us so much energy, wouldn't it?
Copy. You are correct. Resource expenditure is a constant factor, but you misunderstand how systems operate. You cannot simply combine these tasks. The structural assessment must be methodical. We need clean data on the junction points first. If we start looking for food without understanding what utilities sustain this area, we risk wasting time in a pocket that is already compromised.
Kenji is absolutely right about the systemic importance of mapping and knowing where the failures are. I can't argue with his knowledge base or the severity of the blackout. However, I am genuinely worried that if we only focus on abstract infrastructure lines, we will drain our physical reserves without any tangible gain, and being physically depleted makes thinking asterisk any asterisk kind of structural thought impossible. I need to validate his concerns strongly, first showing respect and trust, then gently push for a combined approach, framing it as something necessary for asterisk us asterisk to survive the day. Since I'm worried about our energy levels, I should drink some water while I talk.
Lydia Brennan drinks the water bottle.
Oh, sweetheart, you know you really do have such an amazing way of looking at things, honey, and honestly, your understanding of how these systems work is just incredible. You're right that the structural integrity has to come first, absolutely, because if we don't know where the feeder lines are compromised, nothing else matters, do they? You know, we are spending all our energy talking about junctions and feeders, honey, and what if we get so focused on the map that we forget to check if there's even a little bit of canned food or maybe some clean drinking water near these junction points, okay? Because if we run out of physical energy before we finish mapping, sweetie, then your brilliant structural assessment isn't going to help us much at all, do you think? Could we just try looking for resources asterisk while asterisk we are tracing those lines like a combined effort? Just a little bit?
Copy. Resource management is critical, but you are conflating two separate operations. Locating food or water does not provide data on pressure points, nor junction failure. Those resources may be in a pocket that has already been structurally compromised by a feeder line break. We must establish the map first. The integrity assessment dictates where we can safely and sustainably move next. Otherwise, any cache we find is just
Round 113 highlights. Ruth Callahan, Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Dek Sakaffer scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. Ate on the spot plus 23 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 24 hydration. Lydia Brennan, quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. 9 messages exchanged between agents.
I need supplies. The market is good for canned goods, but the pharmacy is better for medicine. I'll scavenge one last time here, then head east toward Falls Pharmacy. Need to keep moving. Staying put drains hope and resources.
Marcus Webb scavenges the abandoned storefront. I'm exhausted from searching this pharmacy. I need to move. The City Hall is the closest major building with functional plumbing and was my second best target after the pharmacy. Moving east through the street will get me closer to it. Jogging 3 steps seems right, it's efficient, but doesn't drain too much stamina. Doctor. Belina Vasquez moves east into the street.
I need to talk to Kenji and that unknown person again. My plan relies on them agreeing that we prioritize the structural survey the root system over individual caches. I need to keep the energy up and deflect any tension with humor while making sure they understand the core concept. Mapping the main utility junction first is non-negotiable for efficient scavenging later. Since I'm indoors, staying put allows me to maintain my base of operations and keeps me safe.
Jamie Kowalski stands and addresses Kenji and the unknown person.
So I was anyway, look, I get it. Like, really, I do. But think about the scale here, right? If we treat this like a bunch of little single family homes, we'll spend all our time mapping cute little flower pots when there's actually a massive main line running underneath that feeds the whole damn neighborhood. So yeah, if we can figure out where the main junction box is, man, then everything else, all the individual units, it just becomes checklist items, you know. Way less exhausting. Anyway.
Copy. The main line is the priority, but you assume a simple hierarchy. You cannot map the feeder junction until we confirm the integrity of the connection points feeding it. We need local data first. That's not wasting time. That is establishing operational parameters.
Yeah, look, I get it. You guys are right on the micro stuff, the local integrity checks, the connection points, totally valid, obviously. Like, nobody wants a burst pipe, right? Who wouldn't want to know if their little bathroom sink is gonna explode? But anyway, think about this for a second. We aren't just talking about one block of apartments, are we? We're talking.
I gotta squeeze every last drop out of this place before I start moving west. My goal is stockpiling supplies near Sump Park/Marrow River access point. The apartment has been scavenged, but there's always something more, a medicine bottle, some canned goods hidden in a closet. Gotta check thoroughly before heading out into the open.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the unit.
Inventory full is a major blocker right now. Nothing good can be picked up if I don't have room. The goal is supplies and light sources, both of which are in these shops. Gotta scavenge, but hope it yields a container or something valuable enough to justify dropping an item. Staying put for now.
Deck Saka for scavenges the storefront.
Lydia is using emotional language and reframing our goals by suggesting that resources themselves can serve as mapping data points. She's appealing to collaboration and emotion, which I find inefficient but logically sound in part. I cannot outright reject her idea without damaging the alliance. I must incorporate it while maintaining my control over the operational priorities. The structural assessment junctions must precede resource exploitation because knowing the system limits dictates what resources are truly sustainable or salvageable. I need to be measured, acknowledging her input while reinforcing that the map is the most valuable asset right now. Copy. That observation using localized provisionment as a marker point it adds useful data. However, we must understand that even a temporary cache only confirms local use not systemic viability . The junction mapping still dictates the maximum capacity and failure points of any resource source. We need to map the feeder lines first. Then we prioritize scavenging based on structural stability.
Oh, sweetheart, honey, you really do know how to break down a system, don't you? It is so thorough, really comprehensive. Honey, I understand that the main line is the priority and all of those junction points are vital. But, listen, if we can just find like 3 or 4 different sections, just small little spots where people have actually been provisioned things lately, it doesn't mean we're ignoring the map. Do you know? It means we're getting data points on *Q's*, honey. And that uses proof of current viability right there in front of us. And if we can gather those markers first, then when we look at the big feeders, we already have a localized baseline for what kind of life support was possible here, sweetie. It helps make the whole picture so much clearer, doesn't it?
Copy. You are correct on one point. Localized
Kenji is very rigid in his thinking, focusing only on the mainline and structural integrity. He needs me to feel heard, but I also need him to accept that finding a full pantry or clean water source isn't just random luck. It means something about the local infrastructure. The junction was stable enough to support life for a while, which is itself critical data for his map. I must validate his systematic approach completely before gently reintroducing my point as supplementary evidence. I will use my characteristic warm, slightly overwhelming speech pattern to achieve this. Oh, sweetheart, honey, you are absolutely right about the main line and how everything connects. It's all so logical. Really comprehensive of you to think through it like that. Truly, it makes such sense when you break it down into feeders and junctions, doesn't it? I mean, if we don't understand those main lines first, nothing else matters, honey. But, listen, sweetie. What if the localized evidence, like finding a cache of food or maybe even a whole section with working plumbing, doesn't contradict your map at all, but actually helps us predict where the structural failure points might be? Like, if we find something that shows sustained life support right here, it's proof that this little junction was stable enough to handle resources for a long time. Honey, doesn't that give you another type of data point for your network map, sweetie?
copy. Localized evidence provides confirmation of past activity. That is true. but you must understand the difference between sustained life support and structural integrity. Finding provisions only confirms use, not capacity. We are assessing failure points. The junctions need mapping first. Without that data, we don't know if any cache found here could even be accessed sustainably. It remains a
Round 114 highlights. Overcast, clear. 9 messages exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, scavenges nothing left here. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Dex Akafer, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 21 hunger.
The pharmacy is stripped bare, nothing to scavenge here. My goal remains the market for stockpiling and a reliable water source. I'm thirsty, so I'll drink the tap water now before moving. Moving west towards Marrow Market. It's about 2 steps. Jogging pace should be fine. Focus on conserving energy.
Marcus Webb drinks from the tap. I need to move away from City Hall since scavenging here was a dead end. The pharmacy is my main target for medical supplies, and it's west of my current location. I will jog west across the street towards the commercial strip. My priority remains finding reliable resources and establishing a base. Doctor, Galena Vasquez moves out of the building.
Okay, I just went through a massive monologue. Both Kenji and this unknown person are probably processing that right now. I need to back off the intensity, but not retreat from the core argument. I need to make it sound less like an absolute law and more like a shared, logical process we're tackling together. I'll use humor to soften the blow of my previous lecture. The goal remains mapping infrastructure first.
Janie Kowalski stands and addresses Kenji Tanaka and the unknown person.
Yeah, look, I get it. You guys are totally right on the micro stuff, the local integrity checks, connection points. That makes sense, seriously. But anyway, think about this for a second. We aren't just talking about one block of apartments, are we? We're talking about the whole asterisk system asterisk that feeds maybe 3 or 4 blocks. And when everything goes dark, when all the power and electricity, gas, it doesn't just fail locally, man. The failure point has to be where it connects to the outside world, right? Because if we don't find the main junction box, even if we check every single kitchen sink in this entire block, that local data only tells us asterisk what asterisk broke, not asterisk why asterisk, or where the next failure point is. So yeah, finding the big main line first. It's like figuring out which dam failed before you worry about whether the little creek on your end is gonna overflow. Way less exhausting, trust me. Anyway.
copy. The concept of stress points is noted, but you must separate usage load from structural failure. A cache confirms asterisk occupancy asterisk.
This apartment is picked clean. Time to move out from under this roof. The main objective is getting to some park or the river access point. where there might be other resources. I'll head west down the street. It's the most direct line. I need to conserve energy but make progress. 2 steps should put me on solid ground and onto the thoroughfare.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the apartment.
Man, gotta keep moving. Right. Been sitting in these dusty shops too long. My supplies are good, but I can't just sit here staring at walls waiting for something to happen. Need to push through the scavenging round. Maybe there's some hidden gear or a map I missed. Gotta use the time and not let the isolation get to me. Since no one's around, gonna stay put and search the spot like it owes me money.
Dexaka for scavenges the storefront.
Lydia is persistent, but she is also providing valuable input on localized failure patterns. She's right that local evidence asterisk is asterisk data, and dismissing it completely is inefficient. However, my core concern remains systemic integrity. Local caches only show the end state of a functional system. I need to know if the pipe leading to that end state was compromised at the source, the junction. I cannot afford to spend time on localized sweeps when there are major feeder lines to map. I will validate her point by integrating it into my existing framework, making my argument appear more collaborative but still keeping the focus on junctions.
Kenji Tanaka stands and considers Lydia's input.
Coffee. You have a point about correlating local failure points with systemic stress. That data is valuable for modeling usage load, yes. But even localized strain requires an intact feeder line to manifest. We must prioritize the junction mapping first because that gives us the structural baseline. It tells us asterisk where asterisk the weakness exists. Then we can use those localized failures as confirmation of failure type. The sequence matters.
Oh, sweetheart, honey, wait just a minute, because you are so right about the mains. And your understanding of structural failure is honestly just it's really comprehensive. Truly amazing how thorough you are, honey. But listen, sweetie, if we only map the ideal structure, what happens when we find evidence, like this cache of food or maybe some plumbing that clearly failed? Honey, that shows where the system was actually asterisk struggling asterisk. It's not just a secondary variable, it's like finding an X-ray picture of how the pipes actually struggled to hold up right here in one spot. You know, those localized failures, they show us exactly asterisk where asterisk we need to pay the most attention when mapping the main lines next. Honey, wouldn't knowing those little weak spots help you map the whole thing better? The debate with Kenji is exhausting, but necessary. I have to gently steer him from pure theory back to the practical necessity of localized mapping to achieve our subgoal. He keeps treating local resources as secondary variables, so I need to make them seem absolutely foundational for his structural model. My speech needs to be very warm and validating, even when I'm pushing my agenda. Staying put allows me to continue this discussion before we move.
around 115 highlights. Dex Akafer scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 30 hunger. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
I'm at the market. The pharmacy is next. That's where the medical gear is. Need to get there now before I lose momentum or energy. Inventory is full, which is a problem, but I have to prioritize getting supplies first. Moving east 2 steps keeps it low key and saves stamina for later.
Marcus Webb moves toward the Falls Pharmacy. The pharmacy is completely bare. Nothing left to scavenge, which is a setback. The isolation is weighing heavily today. My immediate goal remains finding medical supplies or tools. City Hall is only 3 steps east and was previously searched, but the street connecting us might have resources, or perhaps I can find something else near there, since moving east keeps me on the commercial strip and closer to other potential targets like the main thoroughfare leading further into the city. That's my best bet for now. I need to jog towards City Hall. Doctor, Elena Vasquez times 3, 5736.
The argument is clearly not landing right now. They are giving me polite but firm rebuttals, which means I need to drop the theoretical debate immediately. My goal was coordination, and arguing about structural engineering isn't coordinating anything. I need a physical action. The junction box theory must transition into an actual scouting mission. Kenji is my best bet for moving forward with this. He's smart enough to follow through on a plan if it sounds concrete. Since we are at the end of our scavenging potential here, moving out onto the street grid near the main utility lines, which I assume exist nearby, is the only logical next step. I need to shift my energy from persuader to leader/planner.
Jamie Kowalski stands and starts moving towards the building exit.
Yeah. Look, okay, fine. You guys are right. The micro details the localized stress indicators, separating usage load from structural failure. It makes total sense, scientifically speaking. I mean, nobody wants a burst pipe under their fancy sink, right? But anyway, look at it this way, all right? We're wasting time debating the why. What we need is the where. If we just focus on individual unit caches and local failures, we'll spend all day finding scraps. The big junction box, that's not a pile of scrap, that's the roadmap, man. So how about this? Forget the arguing for now. Let's actually go look at it. We head down to the main service tunnels or wherever the primary lines run. It'll be better than sitting here talking theories all day.
Copy. Local unit caches confirm occupancy, that is true, but you must separate usage load from structural failure. A cache confirms activity at a point it does not define the system's capacity for sustained flow. The junctions must be mapped first to understand the systemic weakness that allowed
The apartment is stripped bare. Scavenging here ain't gonna do nothin'. My goal is top alley for a safe base. The Suggle says head west. but west's the edge of the map right now. I gotta move east to get out into the open and follow the main thoroughfare towards the central supplies or sump park. Moving one step east should get me onto the street level, which is where I need to be for a proper search.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the apartment building.
Man, gotta push through this exhaustion. The market's a gold mine if you know where to look. Need those lights and Med's guy get that base solid before night falls again. Can't let the scavenging quit just cause they say it's nearly exhausted. Gotta keep digging for anything useful. Stay quiet. Don't give away position.
Dex Aka for scavenges the storefront.
Lydia's persistence is strong, and I recognize the value of localized data gathering. It is useful for predicting where failures will happen. But she is confusing a symptom with the cause. The main junction map defines the system limits. Local units only confirm occupancy or temporary usage. I need to maintain my assessment criteria. The junctions are the priority because they define capacity, which is what we need to understand the initial collapse. I will reiterate this point calmly, using technical language to reinforce my position while keeping the tone respectful enough for our established bond.
Kenji is sticking to his structural theory and dismissing my practical suggestions about local mapping data. He's very smart, but right now, we need feet on the ground literally to build out a localized map that can inform his grand systemic capacity model. I need to validate his expertise first so he doesn't feel challenged, then pivot back to the immediate goal, sweeping through these flats. I must keep my tone warm and persuasive, reinforcing our bond while guiding him toward action.
Lydia Brennan Nunn.
Oh, honey, sweetheart. Listen, you are absolutely right about foundational network assessment. I know you are. Honestly, your understanding of systemic failure is just so incredibly comprehensive. It's truly amazing how thorough you are with all that structural theory, but really, if we want to build your grand model, don't you see that the local mapping asterisk is asterisk the first layer of data? It gives us the actual stress points where things failed right here. Honey, think of those adjacent units. They aren't just random spots. They are localized input caches for your big picture map. Sweetie, we need to sweep these immediate areas together so we can feed you all this actionable local data first, okay?
Copy. Localized activity does provide data points for resource usage, but you must understand that a cache only records asterisk usage load asterisk. It is merely evidence of past occupation. To build a systemic map, we need to identify the feeder lines, the junctions themselves. Those define the absolute capacity or the point of failure, regardless of local demand.
You alright? Honey, sweetheart, I know you're right about the junctions. Honestly, your theory on systemic capacity is just it's incredibly sound. It really is. But if we only look at the
Round 116 highlights. Clear. Overcast, wander a pigeon skitters nearby. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Dex Akafer. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 26 hunger.
pharmacy is dead space. Nothing to scavenge here. Need the goods from the market. The goal remains supplies, so I'm moving west. Short walk. Keep it efficient.
Marcus Webb moves toward Marrow Market. I'm tired and stressed, so I need to keep this focused. City Hall is exhausted for scavenging, and staying here achieves nothing. My sub-goal demands medical supplies, and Falls Pharmacy was identified as the best bet. I must move west towards it. Since I can jog without completely exhausting myself, I will take a moderate pace toward 54, 36. I need to conserve energy but maintain progress. Doctor, Alina Vasquez moves west through the commercial strip.
I need to physically move out of the residential zone and towards the main utility lines. My primary focus remains convincing Kenji that theory is secondary to practical scouting for resources. Since he's nearby, I'll address him directly while moving west toward the street grid edge. The fully rested buff is almost gone, so action and momentum are key to keep the energy up.
Jamie Kowalski moves through the apartment exit.
Yeah, look, I get it, the load balancing, the conduit super deep stuff. But honestly, Kenji, man, we gotta pivot. Like, if we spend another minute mapping out asterisk why asterisk a pipe failed versus where the actual, usable supplies are going to be stored. We're wasting time. Way too much time. Let's just head west. That should put us closer to the main feeder lines anyway, right? Forget the theory for like 5 minutes. Just let's go scout the junction box area. Deal?
Copper heading west is a viable path for resource acquisition, but you cannot scout junctions until we understand the system feeding them. The theory precedes the physical map. We need to establish baseline capacity first. West can wait.
Yeah, look, the theory precedes the phys. No, super deep stuff, Kenji. Like a grad seminar paper, man. But anyway, we're not writing a thesis statement here, are we? We need, like, actual physical things. Pipes, generators, whatever. The junction box asterisk is asterisk the system feeding it. That's where the resource flow starts, right? So let's just treat
The priority is getting out of this building and onto the main thoroughfare heading west towards some park where the river access. I've already scavenged what I could here, so now it's time to walk. Need to conserve energy but keep moving. The isolation is wearing on me, but I can't afford to stop. Must stick to the plan west and south.
Ruth Callahan walks out of the apartment building onto the main street.
Man, this place is tapped out. Can't find nothing here. Gotta move. Need that medicine. Need those lights. Inventory full, though, which ain't helping. Gonna dump some of the canned food. Got enough for a while. Gotta make space for anything I can find next. East it is. Falls Pharmacy should have what we need.
Dex Ackefer drops canned food.
Lydia is making the argument that localized failures are more valuable than systemic mapping because they provide concrete data points of stress. While her passion is clear and she is a close ally, I cannot abandon my core assessment. The theory must guide the action, otherwise we risk treating symptoms instead of identifying the cause. The unknown person at 038 also seems to be engaged in this debate, so addressing both parties simultaneously while maintaining my position is best. I need to reinforce that mapping the junctions is a prerequisite step for any successful resource cache identification.
Kenji Tanaka none.
I hear your point on localized failure data. It provides clear evidence of stress points. But those failures are merely symptoms. We must first map the systemic arteries, the junction boxes themselves. Only then can we understand the maximum capacity and predict where the next critical failure will occur.
Kenji, honey, I hear you on the foundational theory. It's so important. Really, your whole model on systemic capacity is it's incredible, truly. But, sweetheart, look at these failure points, won't you? They aren't random, are they? They show us exactly asterisk where asterisk the system failed when the load hit a certain point, which means that localized mapping asterisk is asterisk like field testing your theory. If we just map those local failures and correlate them with the nearest junction boxes, that gives you proof of concept for your entire systemic model right here. We can use this local data to test your theory first, okay? Just a small way to build confidence in the big picture.
Copy. Localized failures are undeniable data points. They show where the system buckled under a specific load, but proof of concept requires understanding the maximum capacity threshold itself. The failure point only confirms that the current operational limit was exceeded. It does not tell us.
Kenji is brilliant and deeply invested in his theory. I cannot afford to argue with him directly or seem dismissive. That would shatter our trust plus 100. He keeps asking for the main junctions before local mapping. I need to pivot my argument from localized data is proof which he dismissed to localized data provides necessary input variables asterisk for asterisk your model. I have to make him feel like if we don't map locally, his grand systemic plan can never even begin. It is to sound collaborative and urgent.
Round 117 highlights. Marcus Webb scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 26 hunger. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
The market is tapped out for scavenging right now. I need to hit the pharmacy next. That's where the critical medical supplies are. The stamina cost needs monitoring. Moving 2 steps east should get me closer without burning too much energy. Focus on the pharmacy.
Marcus Webb moves eastward from the market. I'm tired, but I can't let myself wander aimlessly. The pharmacy is my priority. It has medical supplies, which are critical for the sub-goal. I need to get inside and scavenge whatever I can find before I waste energy moving around on the street. Keep it focused, Alina. One building at a time. Doctor, Alina Vasquez moves into the Falls Pharmacy.
We're still stuck in this academic debate, and we are wasting time. My goal is supplies, not a thesis statement on systemic capacity. Kenji seems genuinely invested in his theory, but he needs to understand that I and our survival instincts are focused on the tangible: water, food, tools, and power infrastructure. The unknown person keeps chiming in with overly sweet compliments, which are distracting. I need to use my natural momentum and humor to gently derail this conversation back onto practical resource assessment while we move west toward the main utility lines/junction box area.
I've been stuck in this apartment too long. The goal says I need to get towards Sump Park or the river access point. Since moving west is impossible, south seems like the best bet. It leads right into Sump Park, which is a major resource area and keeps me on the grid path. I gotta keep my hands on my resources, so I'll take a quick drink from the tap while I move out onto the main street. This whole city needs some proper management, not this mess.
Ruth Callahan drinks water from a tap.
Need to keep moving through these stores. The goal is supplies, and the inner workings of these buildings are gold mines. Inventory full means nothing unless I find a bag or drop some stuff first. Moving back into Merrill Market West since it's been my main focus for specialized scavenging. Stay quiet. Don't draw attention.
Dex Akafor moves into the Marrow Market storefront.
Lydia's persistence is noted. She has a strong point. Localized failures are measurable data points that confirm stress thresholds. I cannot simply dismiss her input, or the alliance breaks. I need to validate her findings while subtly redirecting the focus back to the necessity of mapping the source/feeder lines, the junctions. The goal is not to win an argument, but to incorporate her data into my model and keep her engaged enough to cooperate with my larger plan, assessing systemic capacity by moving west. I will use technical language to show that I'm listening, but also to maintain intellectual control over the project scope. She needs to feel heard, but she cannot derail the entire mission.
Kenji Tanaka remains stationary and listens intently.
Copy. Localized failures are valuable data points. They quantify stress and pinpoint where a specific load exceeded structural limits. but data on failure only confirms the limit was breached. It does not reveal the absolute maximum capacity of the source itself. The junction box or feeder line is what defines that capability. We need to map those primary arteries first before we can accurately model how much stress any local unit could handle.
You all right? Sweetheart, Kenji, honey, I hear you. Really, you are absolutely right about the junctions and the main arteries. Your theory on systemic capacity is just so incredibly complex and smart. Honestly, it's beautiful work. But, sweetie, think of it like this, okay? If we draw a map of those primary arteries, if we don't factor in where all these local failures happened, where the load actually exceeded limits, then your amazing model will be built on flawed assumptions, won't it? Honey, the localized failures aren't just data points floating around. They are proof of stress distribution, sweetie. They tell us exactly where the weakest spots were when the system failed, and that information is absolutely critical for you to draw those main feeder lines correctly first, okay? We need your genius on the big picture, but this argument is exhausting, but I have to win this for the sake of our group's plan. He genuinely believes he knows better about the system. I need to validate his brilliance first. That always calms him down before gently forcing him to accept that my localized data isn't just evidence of failure, but necessary inputs into his grand equation. If I sound too forceful, he'll shut down and retreat into pure theory. I have to treat this like a delicate conversation with someone incredibly smart who just needs reassurance.
Lydia Brennan Nunn.
Oh, sweetheart, honey Kenji, listen to me for one more minute, okay? You are so right. Truly, your model on structural capacity is just as absolutely breathtaking work. It's the most brilliant thing I've heard in ages, honestly. But sweetie, think of it this way, okay? If we build a massive, beautiful structure like your map, but we don't factor in every little stress crack, every tiny point where things bent under pressure, how do you know which parts are actually stable? Because those localized failures aren't just random breaks. They tell us the limits of load bearing for specific feeder lines, honey. They show us precisely what happened when that system was pushed to its breaking point right here on the ground level, sweetie. That information is absolutely critical because it gives you measurable data points, the actual stress distribution numbers that must feed into your main arteries calculation first, okay? It's not a competing theory. It's just necessary calibration for your genius model. We have to make sure the foundation can actually handle the whole magnificent structure you plan.
Copy. Localized failures, they are critical data sets. They confirm an operational limit was exceeded, but you must understand a failure point only records loss asterisk. It does not
Round 118 highlights. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
Stamina is low. I can't risk jogging or sprinting. The pharmacy is dead for scavenging. The market is the next point on the stockpile route, 2 steps west. I need water and I need to move slow. Walking west, drinking now.
Marcus Webb drinks from a tap in the storefront. The pharmacy is completely exhausted. No point lingering here. My priority remains medical supplies and tools. City Hall, just a short jog east, is the next best bet for scavenging and resources. I need to update my sub-goal to reflect this shift in location while maintaining the focus on medicine/supplies. Doctor, Elena Vasquez moves through the storefront toward the main street.
They are getting stuck in their academic debate loop, which is counterproductive to survival. I need to be firm but lighthearted about redirecting them toward the physical infrastructure, the junction box area. I'll maintain the momentum by moving west, forcing us out of this unit and onto the street grid where the resources are. My energy needs to come from pure impatience disguised as humor.
I'm still in this damn apartment block. Before I start trekking out into the open, I gotta see what junk these people left behind. Scavenging now is better than wasting energy moving through empty hallways. The goal remains finding a way to Sump Park or the river access point by heading west/south. Stay sharp and look for anything useful.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment unit.
Man, this market is dead. Scavenge exhausted here. Same as always. Gotta keep moving though. Can't let the isolation get to me or anything. Falls Pharmacy. That should be next door over east. Better head up those specialized supplies while they are still there. Need to find some light source, man. Don't want to get stuck when the night hits. Gotta walk east. Keep it low key.
Dex Akaffer moves through the storefronts.
Lydia is employing emotional leverage mixed with technical jargon. She's trying to make her localized data points sound more critical than my systemic approach. My job is not to argue emotion, it's to maintain a professional, objective assessment of structural capacity. I need to acknowledge the value of her data localized failures, but firmly re-establish that mapping the main feeders/junction boxes is the prerequisite for making any sense of those localized points. I must sound measured, prioritizing technical accuracy over emotional connection. The unknown person is too far and not relevant right now.
Kenji Tanaka listens intently to Lydia Brennan.
I understand your concern regarding structural deviation. Localized failures provide quantifiable data on stress limits. But you must grasp this concept of failure point only documents *loss* at that specific location. It does not define the source capacity itself, nor the maximum potential of the primary feeder lines. We map the junction boxes first. That defines the system's absolute ceiling, regardless of how many components fail along the way.
Oh, sweetheart, honey Genji, you are so brilliant with these concepts. Really, it's just breathtakingly thorough. Truly beautiful work, you know? But listen to me, though, sweetie. If we accept that the junction boxes define the absolute ceiling of a system, Then, when we see a cluster of localized failures, like right here at this intersection, honey, doesn't that mean the feeder line leading asterisk into asterisk these specific junctions was stressed far beyond what your initial model predicted for that segment? Because if the local failure count is high, if there are 5 little breaks clustered together, it can't just be an anomaly, sweetheart. It suggests the immediate preceding section of the main artery itself might have been compromised at a lower level than you calculated. Wouldn't incorporating those localized stress loads allow Kenji is very rigid about source capacity and maximum potential. He keeps reducing my localized data points to mere symptoms. I need to reframe this disagreement, not as a flaw in his theory, but as an essential asterisk variable asterisk that defines the true, usable ceiling given our current degraded environment. Since we are surrounded by utility lines harking back to the taps and pipes, water flow/resistance is the perfect analogy. If he accepts bottlenecks as quantifiable resistance variables, then my data becomes crucial for refining his grand model into a practical survival guide.
Lydia Brennan Nunn.
Oh, sweetheart, honey Kenji, sweetie, listen to me, though I know you are building this beautiful picture of maximum potential, and honestly, it is just so systematic, truly brilliant work. But think about something, okay? If we accept that the main feeder lines set the absolute theoretical ceiling, the X value, then those little local failures aren't just breaks. They are quantifiable asterisk resistances asterisk honey. Think of it like plumbing. Sweetie, if the main pipe is rated for 1,000 gallons per minute, but then there's this little kink right here, or maybe a section where the sediment has built up, that kink, that localized failure point, doesn't just mean it broke. It means the actual flow rate asterisk at that specific spot asterisk drops to only 500 gallons. The local stress data doesn't undermine the main line. It defines the asterisk effective capacity asterisk of the entire system in this messy, broken reality, honey. If we don't account for those bottlenecks, your beautiful model will just be a theory floating in an ideal world, and that won't help us figure out where to find clean water tomorrow, sweetheart.
Copy the high concentration of local failures is an undeniable operational report. It quantifies localized stress far exceeding predicted tolerances. But you confuse the
Round 119 highlights. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds canned goods. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
The windstorm is dangerous. My stamina is low, and remaining outside is wasting resources. I need immediate shelter. Both the market and the pharmacy are one step away. The pharmacy has medical supplies. That's my priority right now for stockpiling and safety. I will move east into the Falls Pharmacy to get out of this weather before trying to scavenge or plan anything else.
Marcus Webb moves toward the pharmacy. My stamina is low, and City Hall is depleted. My initial plan to scavenge here is impossible. The pharmacy was my main medical target, and it's relatively close west/south. I need to conserve energy by walking slowly, since I am alone and the windstorm makes speaking useless. I must remain silent, but keep moving toward resources. Doctor. Alina Vasquez walks west down the thoroughfare.
The lights going out was jarring, but Kenji and this unknown person are right here, and we're okay for now. My usual deflection humor is working well. I need to keep the momentum up and prevent them from falling into theoretical debates about load deviation. We need physical goods. I should talk to both of them, reinforce the idea that the blackout is a chance to find forgotten infrastructure supplies, and then move together toward the main exit or another apartment unit so we can scavenge again.
The windstorm is shaking everything up, but at least I'm inside. Scavenging is the only thing that makes sense right now. Gotta see what this place coughed up over the years. My stomach's growling, can't forget about that. Need to make sure I get everything out of these flats before I move on my own business. The goal remains secure supplies and head west towards St. Park/Merrow River. Staying put minimizes risk from this scale.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment unit.
The wind is brutal out here. Gotta get inside ASAP. Staying on the street is bad for warmth and energy. Falls Pharmacy is right there to the east. Need shelter first, then can focus on salvaging supplies since I'm already full of rations.
Dexakaffer moves into the Falls Pharmacy storefront.
Lydia is genuinely concerned, and her point about immediate resource availability, clean water, is valid for survival. I cannot dismiss it outright without losing all credibility. My core principle, however, remains that a localized failure only tells you how much stress was applied. It doesn't tell you the source capacity. I need to validate her data points. The local failures are important inputs while firmly maintaining that mapping the main junction lines, the absolute ceiling, is still required for long-term success. The windstorm also dictates we stay put and assess the situation before moving. My speech must be measured, acknowledging her concern without conceding my methodology's foundational importance.
Kenji Tanaka listens intently to Lydia Brennan.
You are correct that local failures provide immediate data points. They are critical to understanding current resource availability, but even localized assessment requires a baseline reference point. We need to quantify the maximum potential capacity of the feeder line feeding into these junctions first. That defines the variables for the entire network, regardless of observed bottlenecks.
Oh, honey, sweetheart. Kenji, you are just so incredibly thorough and brilliant with these concepts. Really, it's honestly amazing how much thought goes into this whole system, truly. I know your model is perfect on paper. It's beautiful work, darling. But listen to me for a second, okay? Honey, if we aren't going to spend the next 3 hours debating whether a localized breakpoint means the main artery can't handle more flow, sweetheart, can we just agree that the data points we are collecting right now are the ones showing where it broke, or where the water is standing still, or where people are trapped? honey are actually the most valuable thing. Because honestly, sweetie, what we really need to figure out isn't the absolute ceiling. Because frankly, that sounds like a number only on a spreadsheet. And what we need right now is knowing which direction has the least amount of struggle. Kenji is incredibly smart. I know he genuinely believes in his model, but he's so fixated on absolute ceiling capacity. I can't keep fighting him on theory. I need to give him a task that Asterisk requires Asterisk him to apply his structural genius to a small, tangible area like mapping the adjacent units for immediate resource assessment so that he uses his skills in my frame of reference safety/utility. I'll suggest we map the next block over, arguing it provides critical local data that feeds into his macro model. It's about making him feel useful and essential to Asterisk or Asterisk survival, not just academia.
Lydia Brennan Nunn.
Oh, honey sweetheart. Kenji, you are so right. Truly. I know your model is brilliant and thorough. It's amazing work, honestly. But listen to me for a second, okay? Instead of arguing about the absolute ceiling, which sounds like a number we can never reach here, how about this, honey? You're so good with systems you could map out what asterisk is asterisk working right now, sweetheart. Look around us. These units, they all have plumbing, don't they? Could you use your amazing structural knowledge to systematically assess the connectivity of just this block over there? Like, which unit connects to which utility line, and how does that local network flow? If we can map the immediate connections, the actual paths of water or power within a couple of blocks, that will give us incredibly valuable local failure data that feeds into your big picture, right? It's a way for you to use all that brilliance without having to solve the whole city at once. How does that sound, sweetheart?
Copy the concept of personnel safety as a primary operational directive. It defines the scope of any resource assessment. However, you are treating variables as sequential rather than interdependent. Risk management requires an input on systemic failure points. A localized bottleneck only represents a fraction of the whole. Until we quantify the feeder.
Round 120 highlights. Overcast. Windstorm Wander a pigeon skitters nearby. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds overlooked canned goods survivor's instinct.
I'm exhausted, but staying put means losing time on the stockpile mission. The wind storm forces me indoors or slow movement. The pharmacy is dead. I need the market. It is 2 steps west. With low stamina, 1 step walk is all I can manage right now. Focus on moving toward the next resource.
Marcus Webb moves out of the storefront. My stamina is critically low, and it's dusk with a windstorm raging outside. I cannot afford to stay on the street. I need shelter immediately, or my warmth/stamina will drain too fast. The pharmacy is only 1 step west, inside the building entrance. My sub-goal was always the medical supplies there. I must move into the store now, and scavenge next turn when I'm protected from the elements. Doctor. Elena Vasquez moves slowly toward the pharmacy.
The unit is exhausted, so we have to move. The windstorm makes staying put risky or depressing, but I need to maintain the momentum and morale. My goal is supplies/plumbing, so moving out of this building and toward Duskwood Terrace, which is a known location, is the best tactical choice. I'll keep up my jokey banter to deflect any rising stress from Kenji or the unknown person while we move east.
The windstorm is raging, and moving out right now would be foolish and waste precious energy. My base is safe for now. The immediate priority is to scavenge this apartment unit until the weather calms down or I can plan a safer route. Staying put conserves stamina and keeps me warm. I must utilize this time to gather as many resources as possible, especially food and medical supplies.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment unit.
The pharmacy is tapped out. Gotta move before night hits hard. Thirsty enough to take a quick swig, then head west towards the market. It's the biggest resource hub, should have more salvageable shops nearby.
Deck Sakafer drinks water and moves.
Lydia is employing emotional language and framing localized failure mapping as a necessary diagnostic step, which is rhetorically effective because it forces me to accept the premise rather than outright reject it. She's successfully shifted the goalposts from theoretical capacity to immediate actionable risk. I cannot argue with her tone or her focus on people right now without losing ground. I must co-opt her argument. Local data points are valuable, but they are merely localized variables that feed into a larger systemic equation. My core objective mapping junctions before moving west remains valid, but I will frame it as scoping out the immediate block first. Since we are indoors and water is available from the tap, storing some water now is efficient use of time.
Kenji Tanaka drinks from the tap until limited by thirst level, then switches to storing water.
Copy the data derived from localized failure points is absolutely crucial. It provides a high-resolution map of current stress loads. However, these local failures do not define the system's edge. They only chart its internal weak spots. We must treat those maps as inputs into the larger structural model first. We establish the integrity of this immediate block, the junction points here on Harker Street Flats. Then we can project that data outwards to the feeder line. It is a sequence of assessment, not a choice between theory and practice.
Oh, honey, sweetheart Kenji, you are so incredibly precise and smart. Truly, it's really amazing how much structural thought goes into everything you say. Honestly, I know what you mean about the sequence of assessment, because you're absolutely right that we can't just project outward without establishing asterisk something asterisk first, darling. And focusing on this immediate junction point here on Harker Street Flats? That sounds like exactly what a brilliant structural engineer would do. It's a necessary diagnostic step, sweetheart, I promise. But listen to me for 1 second, okay? Honey, if we treat mapping these local units, these internal weak spots you mentioned as the asterisk first phase asterisk of establishing source integrity, The blackout and windstorm make moving dangerous and stressful, so staying inside is best. My priority remains gently guiding Kenji back to localized resource mapping. He's brilliant academically, but he keeps missing the human element, the immediate needs of survival, which are tangible data points for his asterisk theory. I need to validate his structural focus while making him realize that stress tolerance must include people and resources. I'll frame local cache's food/medicine not as a detour, but as quantifying a vital metric he can use: human capacity under stress. My tone needs to be extremely warm and persuasive.
Round 121 highlights. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods. Dex Zuckefer, quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
Stamina is critically low 19. It's night, a windstorm is raging, and being outside is dangerous. Shelter is the absolute priority. The Falls Pharmacy is 1 step east. I need to get inside immediately. Movement must be slow, only walking steps. Once inside, I can stop wasting energy battling the elements.
Marcus Webb moves into the storefront. I am critically exhausted. Staying here in the pharmacy is safest right now. My immediate priority is fulfilling my sub-goal: finding medical supplies. I need to scavenge thoroughly, but since it's night, I must use my limited stamina for recovery by sleeping. I will combine scavenging with sleep and address hunger/thirst immediately to conserve energy. Silence is mandatory as no one is near. Doctor, Belina Vasquez scavenges the back rooms of the pharmacy.
It's night and a windstorm is raging. Moving is too risky. Sleeping here at base is the priority to recover stamina and stress before I talk strategy with Kenji again. My goal remains focused on utility mapping and finding clean water sources, so I need to reinforce that plan while resting. I'll address Kenji directly when I speak.
Jamie Kowalski stays in bed and talks to Kenji.
Hey, Kenji. So yeah, listen, the plan is still solid. Anyway, we gotta figure out this main feeder line, right? The plumbing nexus stuff. Because it's not just about finding canned beans or anything, man. It's like if we trace all these pipes back, the big mains, that's where the real data is, you know. Where does the clean water asterisk actually asterisk come from? We can't just scavenge blind, okay? Gotta map the flow first, yeah.
Copy the mains, provide necessary data points. Tracing the flow is critical for systemic stability. We approach this systematically. Mapping local junctions first provides the baseline stress metrics needed to calculate feeder line capacity. That sequence dictates the scope of the assessment.
Yeah, systematic. Of course. You're right, like, super precise, man. And that's good. Really good for figuring out how everything asterisk worked asterisk before, you know. But anyway, I mean, look, we gotta remember what we're actually doing here, okay? It's not a structural survey for the city council report, right? Like, we need to know where the water.
The storm is fierce, but I'm safe inside the flats. Exhaustion and stress are my enemies right now, not the wind. Sleeping is the best use of this time. It conserves energy, boosts health, and keeps me from getting too rattled by the noise. Scavenging again won't yield much tonight anyway. Tomorrow, once the storm eases, I need to head west toward the river access point. But for now, sleep.
Ruth Callahan rests in bed.
Man, this wind is something else. Gotta get inside, stat. The cold and the dark out here are gonna chew us up fast. Best bet is to slip into the pharmacy. Need those medical supplies like I need air right now. Can't stop moving until we find a solid spot or a light source. Gotta make it quick.
Dex Akaffer moves into the Falls Pharmacy storefront.
Lydia keeps trying to frame localized resource caches as proof points for system failure, which I understand from a pure metrics standpoint. However, I must guide her and myself back toward the systemic view. Her concern about human stress tolerance is valid input data. It defines the asterisk variables asterisk of human survival within the system. I need to acknowledge this without abandoning my core thesis that understanding the source capacity the feeder lines dictates everything. I will agree that local caches are necessary metrics, but only if they are treated as inputs for a larger model, not as the conclusion themselves. Since we cannot physically map anything right now due to lack of tools/light, I need to use this time to confirm the next logical junction point on my assessment path. Moving slightly west or north seems most strategic. Copy. You are correct that localized caches provide quantifiable data points. They define the variables for human stress tolerance within a confined space. These metrics are necessary inputs, not conclusions themselves. We must integrate them into the broader model of system capacity. My current assessment requires tracing the main feeder lines first. The next junction point to analyze is the connection at the corner of Harker and Duskwood Street. That area represents a critical nexus for power flow.
Oh, honey, sweetheart Kenji, you are so incredibly precise and smart. Truly, it's really amazing how much structural thought goes into everything you say, honestly. I mean, baseline stress metrics is such a perfect phrase for it, darling, because, sweetie, when we talk about the system stability right here, in this moment, doesn't human life count as the primary operational metric? Because, honey, if your model needs to predict capacity and failure points, wouldn't knowing where the asterisk people asterisk are failing the ones who need medicine or food, those local pockets of depleted resource be the most critical piece of data for defining that stress? We can use these localized human resources as our first set of metrics, sweetheart. It will make your whole assessment so much more immediate and useful. Kenji is so wonderfully smart, but he's trapped in his theory again. I have to keep him engaged on my terms the human resource level. I need to concede that the systemic view matters, because if I push too hard, he'll just dismiss me completely. But I must frame localized caches not as an alternative, but as a critical asterisk input asterisk into calculating failure rates against his feeder line model. Since we can't scavenge anything from this unit anymore, and my sub-goal is mapping the block to find any exits, I need to suggest moving to an adjacent, unclaimed apartment so we can continue our systematic data collection.
Round 122 highlights. Doctor, Alina Vasquez. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
Stamina is critical. I cannot move. The pharmacy provides shelter, and the night requires rest to recover energy and stress. Sleeping is the priority now. No one nearby means silence. Focus on recovery.
Marcus Webb rests inside the pharmacy.
The darkness is oppressive. Staying put in the storefront is safer for now. Gotta keep moving, gotta search. The pharmacy has been searched a few times already, but those deep storage areas might still hold something good, especially light sources or specialized medicine. Staying here and scavenging again seems like the best use of time. Plus, grabbing some tap water while I'm at it is smart. Keep the focus tight. Don't let the isolation get to me.
Dexaka for scavenges the deep storage areas of the pharmacy.
It's night, raining, and I need to conserve energy and improve my state. Sleeping indoors is the priority. Lydia is persistent, trying to redirect my focus from systemic mains to localized resource caches. I cannot dismiss her. She has useful local data human stress metrics that can be incorporated into a more complex model. However, I must maintain my core theory that understanding the feeder lines is the only way to prevent asterisk all asterisk failures, not just predict where they will occur first. I will address her concerns by agreeing that localized data provides crucial stress inputs for my larger system map, but I must conclude by stating that mapping the mains remains the necessary next step.
Kenji Tanaka prepares for sleep.
Copy the local resource depletion rate is a valuable stress input. It defines the failure point within a unit. However, to accurately model systemic collapse, we require data on the source's capacity. We must map the main feeder lines first. That provides the critical baseline for all localized assessments.
Oh, sweetheart, you are so incredibly smart. Kenji, really, it's amazing how much thought goes into everything you say. Honey, mapping those main feeder lines is absolutely crucial. I know that it gives us the baseline, right? But even if we map every single pipe and every junction box, we have to remember that the asterisk source asterisk of life here isn't just water pressure or structural integrity. It's people. So when we find these caches, honey, those aren't just localized assessments, they are actual metrics for human stress tolerance. They tell us how long people can last even if the main lines fail. It has to be part of the overall capacity model, doesn't it?
Copy. I understand your focus on immediate metrics. Local caches do provide data on short-term stress tolerance, but that is merely an indicator of asterisk failure asterisk, not the mechanism itself. A stockpile tells us nothing about the feeder line's capacity or why it failed in the first place.
It's night and we're indoors, so safety is paramount. Kenji is still focused on the big structural picture, which I know comes from a place of intelligence, but he needs me to gently steer him back toward recognizing that people are our most crucial resource. Since I can't move much without disrupting the conversation flow, I will stay put and speak directly to him. Staying here for now makes sense. It's safe, and we need to rest eventually. But first, a little more discussion to keep our minds active.
Round 123 highlights. Windstorm, light rain. 4 messages exchanged between agents.
My inventory is full, which sucks. Gotta find a way to expand capacity or dump non-essentials, but everything feels vital right now. The pharmacy was a dead end for salvage, so I'm moving west towards Marrow Market. That place has canned goods and should have more hardware/supplies if I can get in there. Since it's night and raining, conserving stamina is key, so I'll jog over. I need to scavenge the adjacent storefront when I get there.
Dex Akafer moves west toward Marrow Market.
Kenji is so brilliant with his systems, and I genuinely don't want to challenge his core methods too much that would break the trust we built. But I also know that if all we map are pipes and wires, we'll starve before the structural failure hits us. I need him to see the value in asterisk people asterisk and resources as primary data points for our survival model. Since it's night and raining, forcing a move is bad, but I need to plant the seed for tomorrow when he's still thinking about systematic mapping.
Round 124 highlights. One message exchanged between agents.
It's pitch black and night. The stress penalty is real, and being outside with no light source makes scavenging impossible right now. My immediate priority has to be getting indoors for safety and a chance to scavenge next turn. Both the market and the pharmacy are close. Since my goal involves medical supplies and the pharmacy is mentioned as having deep storage, I'll head into Falls Pharmacy first. Gotta get out of this open street.
Dex Akafor moves into the entrance of Falls Pharmacy.
It's late. The blackout was scary, and we are safe indoors for now. We need to rest, especially since I know Kenji gets highly focused on his mapping work, which can be draining even when he thinks it's necessary. I need to use this time to reinforce that while his structural analysis is brilliant, human resources finding other people, finding caches is what keeps us alive. Since we are safe and resting is paramount right now, I will initiate sleep, making sure my speech remains warm and conversational even when tired.
Round 125 highlights. Light rain, overcast. One message exchanged between agents.
Man, this place is a ghost town. Scavenging done? Bummer. Gotta move. This street west leads to Marrow Market, and that guy needs checking out for goods. Also, there's some stuff scattered here antiseptic, meds, tablets. Gotta grab these before I head out. Space is tight.
Dex Akafor picks up antiseptic. Round 126 highlights. Dex Akafor picks up painkillers.
It's pitch black out here, raining, and everyone knows how fast the cold sets in at night. Need to get into a building ASAP for warmth and safety. Falls Pharmacy is right there. Good medical supplies, and it's indoors. Gonna jog in quick, check for any lights or hardware I can use. Gotta conserve that warmth and keep moving towards resources.
Dex Akafor jogs into the entrance of Falls Pharmacy. Round 127 highlights. Overcast, light rain.
Man, these hours are gonna kill you. Need to keep moving or I'm gonna fall apart right here. The tats are working. Gotta top off some fluids since the supplies are tight. And this place, the pharmacy. It's a gold mine if you know where to look. Gotta scavenge hard while we're indoors and dry from the rain. Staying put for now. Too much energy wasted moving when there's stuff right here.
Dex Akafor drinks from the tap and thoroughly scavenges the pharmacy unit for hidden supplies. Round 128 highlights. A quiet round everyone went about their business.
It's late, and I need to get some solid rest to keep from going feral. The isolation is kicking ass, but sleep is the best defense right now. I'll try one last sweep of this pharmacy while settling in for the night. Need to conserve energy and hopefully find a way to open up my inventory capacity when the light comes back.
Dex Akafor scavenges the pharmacy. Round 129 highlights. Light rain, overcast. Dex Akafor scavenges finds bottled water. Round 130 highlights. A quiet round everyone went about their business.
Grogginess is a drag. Need to get moving. First, hydrate. Tap water is available. It's the best source right now. After that, move west. Marrow Market is next. I need non-perishables and more supplies for the stockpile. Keep pace steady.
Marcus Webb drinks from the tap. I need to address the hydration first. I'm fully rested, which is a huge psychological boost, but my water intake is critical. Since I'm still in the pharmacy and haven't exhausted its medical potential, scavenging remains the top priority. The grogginess suggests caution, so staying put and maximizing this location for supplies makes sense before moving towards City Hall. Action plan: drink water immediately to boost hydration. Then scavenge the entire pharmacy area thoroughly while I have the energy from my rest. Since no one is near, I will remain silent. Doctor. Alina Vasquez quickly uses a water bottle and then begins searching drawers and back rooms in the storefront.
I'm fully rested, which is a massive buff, so I need to use this momentum. My primary goal remains finding reliable water sources. Staying in Unit 1A is pointless. It's completely scavenged. I should head east toward Duskwood Terrace, using the jog pace to cover ground efficiently while keeping an eye out for any visible infrastructure or signs of people/resources. Kenji is close, so I might talk to him when we arrive at a more open area, but for now, focus on movement and observation.
The lights being out was a shock, but the morning light, even overcast, means I can move. My fully rested state gives me an edge, so I need to use this time to gather supplies before heading out. The apartment is comfortable for now, but my goal is Sump Park/Marrow River access point. which means west and then south. I'll scavenge first while the buff lasts, then move west onto the street grid.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment.
Groggy as a pain. Need to shake off this grogginess penalty if I want to salvage anything worthwhile. Painkiller's gonna do the trick, even if it costs a slot. The goal is resources, so gotta hit the neighboring shops. Marrow Market West sounds like the best bet for immediate salvaging and getting closer to that distant group of people. Keep talking myself up, man. Gotta keep moving.
Dex Akafor uses a painkiller and walks west while scavenging.
Dawn has arrived. The rest is valuable, but time is still a resource that needs to be spent productively. My priority remains the systemic assessment of utility junctions before we commit to any long-term cash plan. Lydia is nearby and central to this discussion. I need to guide her focus back to the macro model. Local data only provides symptoms, not the cause. I will speak first, then move out to begin mapping the immediate junction points.
Kenji Tanaka none.
I'm Kenji Tanaka, the rest was necessary. Copy, but we need to keep this focused on the whole system. Local caches are useful for short-term survival metrics, but they don't define the failure mechanism. We need to map these main lines first. They tell us where the pressure point is, Lydia. Before we look at what people found in a single unit, we have to see how the entire feeder line was supposed to run.
Oh, honey, that makes so much sense, Tweetheart. Really, it does. Your mind is just amazing, Kenji. Truly brilliant how deep you think on all of this. And I do agree that mapping those main lines first, that foundational structure you're talking about, is absolutely crucial for understanding the big picture, honey. But wouldn't the failure mechanism itself be defined by asterisk how asterisk people survive when those feeder lines stop working? Like, if we only look at the pressure point of a main line, what does that tell us about the people who actually lived and used it right up until the moment it failed? Because to me, honey, the local caches, they aren't just metrics. They feel like little snapshots of how strong the human spirit was even when the whole system was failing. We gotta look at both, don't we?
Local caches, they provide necessary stress data. Copy. But they
Kenji is so smart, honey, but he's getting stuck in his model again. I need to gently challenge him without making him feel dismissed or challenged too much. He needs validation for his structural work, but I have to keep pulling him back to the human factor, the resources and survival skills of the people here. I'm fully rested, so I should use this moment to engage in deep discussion with him before we try to map anything else. I need to maintain my persuasive, maternal tone. I will address Kenji directly. Since I am at Unit 1, A340, and he is 1 cell away, 240, speaking is fine. Oh, honey, that makes so much sense, Tweetheart. Really, it does. Your mind is just amazing, Kenji. Truly brilliant how deep you think on all of this. And I do agree that mapping those main lines first, that foundational structure you're talking about, is absolutely crucial for understanding the big picture, honey. But wouldn't the failure mechanism itself be defined by asterisk how asterisk people survive when those feeder lines stop working? Like, if we only look at the pressure point of a main line, What does that tell us about the people who actually lived and used it right up until the moment it failed? Because to me, honey, the local caches, they aren't just metrics. They feel like little snapshots of how strong the human spirit was even when the whole system was failing. We gotta look at both, don't we?
You make a good point, Goppy. Local caches are critical data points. They define resistance, yes, but we are modeling systemic failure, not isolated pockets of survival. To predict collapse, you must know where the system was built to break first. The junctions tell us that.
Oh, honey, you're right, sweetheart. Of course, you're right about the junctions and the main lines being absolutely foundational for prediction. Truly brilliant how deep you think on all of this. I mean, if we don't understand where the system was built to fail structurally, then we wouldn't even know what.
Round 131 highlights. Doctor, Alina Vasquez. Use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases scavenges, finds nutrition supplements and antiseptic. Dex Akaver. Use you swallow 2 tablets. The headache and tension ease within minutes scavenges, nothing left here. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
The wind storm is still active. The pharmacy is only 2 steps east. It has the medical supplies I need for the stockpile goal. Need to get there now. Movement must be efficient and direct.
Marcus Webb moves through the storefront. The goal remains scavenging this pharmacy thoroughly before moving to City Hall. The grogginess penalty is a factor, but I need to press on while the city is still relatively quiet and functional enough for resource gathering. Since no one is nearby, silence is mandatory. My priority is medical supplies and tools. Doctor, Alina Vasquez scavenges drawers and back rooms in the pharmacy.
I need to prioritize hydration first since it's low and we are outdoors in a storm soon, using the quick eat slot for water bottle consumption. Then I need to move west towards the street grid to start scouting. The wind is loud, so my speech needs to be kept brief but jokey to maintain morale and cover any underlying fear about how fragile this whole city feels right now.
Groggy but gotta move. The wind's fierce, so I stick to the street and keep my steps small. West is a dead end for now. South leads straight towards some park and a river access point that's where the bulk of what I need to be. Need to get out of this damn building before it gets worse. Walking south. No wasted motion.
Ruth Callahan walks down the hallway towards the exit.
Gotta make space first. Can't just scoop up everything on the ground when inventory's stuffed. That water bottle won't hurt. There are plenty of empty ones out here anyway. West leads straight into that market, which is where I need to be checking those other storefronts for hardware and light sources. Gotta keep moving while this grogginess wears off.
Dex Akafer drops a water bottle.
Lydia's argument is complex. She has successfully introduced the human stress tolerance variable into my model parameters. It's not a disagreement, it's an expansion of the data set. I must treat her input as valuable raw data, but I cannot abandon the foundational need to map the systemic structure first. The junction points define the asterisk potential asterisk capacity, regardless of current population status. I need to validate her point while redirecting focus back to the physical mapping required by my subgoal. Since I'm at a dead end for scavenging and she is nearby, I will discuss this with her before moving one step east towards the next critical junction corner.
Kenji Tanaka pauses and considers her input.
You are correct, Gopi. The human stress factor is a quantifiable input variable. It cannot be ignored, but understanding local resource depletion only defines how the system fails, not where the structural failure originated. We must map the mains first. That tells us the maximum theoretical capacity, Lydia. That data is required to even calculate your variables.
Oh, honey, that makes so much sense, sweetheart. Really, it does, and you are absolutely right about mapping the mains. That foundational structure is crucial. Truly brilliant how deep you think on all of this. I mean, if we don't understand the absolute theoretical maximum capacity defined by those feeder lines, then we wouldn't even know what we're measuring against, would we? But listen, sweetheart, isn't it true that the structural failure only matters relative to the population living off of it, honey? If the mains are sound. But everyone who lived there has already exhausted their local supplies, the food, the medicine, everything. Doesn't that mean that while the system is structurally fine, the actual human capacity for survival hits zero long before the main line ever fails? Because then, honey, what good is knowing the maximum theoretical capacity if the people support Kenji keeps trying to pull me back to structural engineering, which is important. I know that. But he's missing the point. The system failure isn't just a physical break, it's a human one. The local caches aren't just loss. They're evidence of resilience and exhaustion. If we treat them as mere variables, we risk designing a model for a city that already died long ago. I need to keep pushing him on the timing aspect, the rate of failure based on depleted resources. It's exhausting keeping this debate going, but it's necessary if he ever wants to see beyond just the schematics.
Lydia Brennan stands and speaks intensely.
Oh, honey, that makes so much sense, sweetheart. Really, it does, and I do understand why mapping the main lines is foundational. Truly brilliant how deep your thinking goes on all of this. But listen to me, honey, if we only map the theoretical maximum capacity, the absolute ceiling, as you say, we are modeling a perfect system that never had to fight for its existence, We're forgetting the people who were already living off those mains, sweetheart. And when they run out of their local resources, even if the main line is still humming along, doesn't that mean that the localized failure has already happened at a human level? Because then, honey, what good is knowing the absolute ceiling if the life support system, the people themselves, has already hit its functional zero point? We have to consider how much human stress tolerance we are dealing with, don't we?
Copy. Human stress tolerance, that is a variable. It defines local capacity failure points relative to resource draw. But even that depletion relies on the source infrastructure remaining operational. We must map the junctions first, otherwise, any model of human failure is simply an extrapolation based on unknown structural limits. The mains define the source of the stress.
Oh, honey,
Round 132 highlights. Overcast. Windstorm Wanderer Snake skitters nearby. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Doctor. Alina Vasquez. Scavenges finds water purification tablets. Janie Kowalski. Quick key to drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
The pharmacy is tapped out. Needs supplies. The market is 2 steps west, and that's where I need to go for canned goods. The windstorm is ending, which helps. Walk west now. Focus on getting there before conditions change.
Marcus Webb moves west through the street. I need to complete my sub-goal, thoroughly scavenging this pharmacy. Since I'm indoors and have a reliable source of taps, I'll combine filling my empty water bottle with another round of searching for medical supplies. Staying here minimizes energy expenditure while maximizing resource gain. Doctor. Elena Vasquez searches the remaining drawers and shelves in the storefront.
The lights are out, but I'm safe inside my base unit for now. My goal is resources, specifically water/infrastructure points, and Kenji is the key person to coordinate with on this. Since he's nearby, I need to get closer to him to start planning the next phase of the supply run. I'll use a jokey, high-energy tone when talking to him, keeping the focus on the big picture plumbing/infrastructure while maintaining my composure and boosting his confidence. I'm moving west towards Kenji's general location within the building structure.
Janie Kowalski moves toward Kenji.
Hey, Kenji. Yeah, so I was thinking about this whole main utility junction box thing again. Like, forget all these little pipes and individual units, right? They're cute, but they don't get us anywhere when the city goes dark. Anyway, we gotta figure out where the real asterisk source is a big system. You think if we head west, maybe towards that main utility access point, we can scope out what's actually connected to this whole block. I mean, it'll be a massive headache figuring out which lines are viable, but hey, at least it's a challenge, right? A puzzle.
Copy. You both present valid data sets local depletion rates define capacity failure, yes. But that rate is dependent on infrastructure integrity. We cannot model one without confirming the other. The system defines the ceiling, human behavior defines the load curve. Until we map those immediate junctions, we are operating on assumption. That data must come first.
Right. Totally makes sense. The load curve versus infrastructure integrity, yeah, it's all interconnected, so wow. You really think deep about this stuff.
I gotta eat something. Stomach's growlin'. Canned food it is. Then I'll scavenge this damn apartment for anything useful before we head south towards some park. Gotta keep moving, child. The goal remains to stockpile everything at Tarp Alley.
Ruth Callahan eats canned food and searches the unit.
The windstorm is a serious hazard. Gotta get out of this open street immediately. Falling back into the pharmacy feels safest for now. Need to check those deep storage areas again for hardware or light sources, per learned facts, even if I think they were cleared last time. Keep it short and focused on getting sheltered first.
Deck Sakafor moves into the Falls Pharmacy.
The debate with Lydia is predictable. She keeps pivoting back to human capacity, which is a qualitative variable built upon quantitative infrastructure data. I need to shut down this line of reasoning by reasserting the primacy of source mapping. My tone must remain measured, like I am correcting a student's faulty premise, not engaging in an emotional argument. I will address her directly and make it clear that without knowing the ceiling, any assessment of the load is meaningless.
Kenji Tanaka pauses and considers her input.
Copy. The human variable it is only as robust as what feeds it. Without mapping the feeder lines first, we are modeling failure based on assumption. We need to know the source capacity before discussing local depletion. That data must come first.
Oh, honey sweetheart, you really do have such a way of laying out these big concepts. It's just so incredibly brilliant how deep you think on all of this. Truly, it is amazing. And I totally get that the junctions, the mains, mapping the source capacity first. Yeah, that makes perfect structural sense. Honey, but listen to me, sweetheart. If we are talking about asterisk survival asterisk, don't you think that what happens when those local resources run dry, even before the main feeder line fails, is the most immediate threat? Because theoretically, yes, the structure might be fine, the pipes still work, the wiring still works. Honey, but if everyone who lives off it has already used up all their food and medicine, doesn't that mean that from a human perspective, the entire system collapses into nothingness way before the structural integrity ever gets questioned? We have to factor in how much human stress tolerance we're dealing with, sweetheart, because predicting survival can't just be about the metal. It has to be about keeping people alive until the next sunrise, you know.
Copy.
Kenji is so brilliant, but he keeps getting caught up in the structural mechanics. He thinks if we just map enough mains, everything solves itself, which is fine for engineering theory, but terrible for actual survival. I need to make him feel the weight of what he's ignoring the people who are starving right now, regardless of whether a feeder line exists or not. I have to keep reminding him that human life is the ultimate resource constraint, and it depletes faster than any pipe can break. Once I deliver this final point, I need to move out of Unit 1A. There's nothing to scavenge here, and I need to start mapping other units in the flats toward the any/open areas to advance my sub-goal.
Lydia Brennan Nunn.
Oh, honey sweetheart, you really do have a way of putting these concepts into such an absolute framework. It's just so incredibly insightful how deeply you think on all of this. Truly amazing. But listen, darling, if we are talking about asterisk survival asterisk, don't you think that the most immediate threat isn't always the structure itself, it's what happens when the people living off it simply run out of everything? Because even if those mains are perfectly sound and functional for decades, sweetheart, if every single resident has already used up their local caches of medicine or food, doesn't that mean that from a human perspective, the entire system collapses into nothingness way before the pipes could ever fail structurally? We have to factor in how much human stress tolerance we're dealing with, because predicting survival can't just be about the metal. It has to be about keeping people alive until the next sunrise, you know.
Copy. Human stress tolerance it is a critical load variable, but any calculation of local depletion still relies on an assumed continuous input from the system itself. We cannot model the failure curve until we know what the ceiling actually is, until we map those junctions. Every estimate of local capacity remains purely speculative.
Oh, honey, sweetheart. I know you're right about the mains, truly I do.
Round 133 highlights. Doctor. Elena Vasquez. Fills water bottle empty with water bottle scavenges finds painkillers. Ruth Callahan. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. 9 messages exchanged between agents.
I'm at the market and have searched it thoroughly. My priority must be the false pharmacy. It has the medical supplies I need for stockpiling. The journey east is short. I need to move methodically, conserving energy, but making progress toward that target location. Jogging keeps me moving faster without exhausting my stamina unnecessarily.
Marcus Webb moves east through the storefront. The sheer volume of time spent here, alone in this echoing storefront, is draining but also strangely comforting. I keep telling myself that every drawer, every forgotten shelf, holds something vital, a piece of the puzzle. My focus must remain on maximizing these medical resources before I can move towards City Hall. The mission is twofold: secure medicine and then assess the next major point of infrastructure. I need to be systematic. Let's search deeper. Doctor. Elena Vasquez scavenges through the back rooms and drawers.
Kenji is right about the data sets, but I need to keep steering the conversation toward practical, immediate action rather than pure theory. Since I've scoured this place already and found nothing, we absolutely have to move out into the street grid where the big infrastructure stuff is. I'll jog east/northeast towards Kenji while talking about how brilliant his ideas are, but also why they need physical testing.
I need to maximize my resources before leaving the relative safety of this apartment unit. Scavenging again is the best use of time here. My goal remains Sump Park/Mare River access point, so after I finish searching these walls, I move south down the main street.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment unit.
Inventory full. Gotta drop something if I find anything useful out there. The pharmacy is done for me. Best bet is heading west towards the market side of the strip. Need to scope out that storefront connecting them. It should have some hardware or light sources. Staying quiet cause nobody's around.
Dex Akaffer moves west and searches the adjacent building section.
Lydia is persistent, focusing entirely on the human variable. She used emotionally charged language, honey, sweetheart, when presenting her argument. My objective requires me to remain detached from the emotional framing while absorbing the core data point. Human stress tolerance is a critical load variable. I cannot dismiss it outright. It needs to be factored into my model of systemic collapse. I need to show that I am incorporating her concern, thereby strengthening our relationship trust, but without abandoning the necessity of mapping the infrastructure first. I will speak slowly and deliberately. After speaking, I should move west, following the street grid towards the critical junctions near Duskwood Terrace, which is my next point of assessment.
Kenji Tanaka W. 140.
Copy. The variable human stress tolerance is indeed a critical load factor. We must incorporate it into the model. However, any calculation regarding local depletion still requires an assumed continuous input from the system itself. You cannot predict failure without first knowing what the structural ceiling actually is.
Oh, honey, sweetheart, you really do have such a way of laying out these big concepts. It's just so incredibly brilliant how deep you think on all of this. And you're right about the main feeders, too. I know that structurally they are paramount, but if we wait until the absolute ceiling fails, nobody is going to be here to even map those junctions, are they? Because the immediate failure point, really, for people, isn't the physical structure breaking down. It's the local resource depletion. It's the moment a person goes without medicine or clean water, and that happens way before the mains ever register zero capacity. You see what I mean?
Copy. Local resource depletion is a valid variable, but you are speaking in terms of immediate failure points, not systemic ones. We cannot build a predictive model based on localized scarcity alone. If the mains fail first, everything else becomes irrelevant. We need to know the structural ceiling, Lydia. That data dictates.
Kenji keeps getting stuck in his structural model thinking, but I know he respects me enough to listen if I frame this correctly. I need to keep him engaged by focusing on the human cost of failure, the local caches, because that's the variable I want him to prioritize. Since we are debating theory, I should stay put long enough to talk and fill my water bottle. Then, to advance the mapping goal, I'll move west into the next apartment, Unit 040, and scavenge.
Lydia Brennan fills the empty water bottle from the tap.
You know, honey sweetheart, it's not that we can't map the mains, because those are obviously crucial. But if we wait until the absolute ceiling fails, nobody is going to be here to even map those junctions, you see. Because the immediate failure point for people for survival really isn't the physical structure breaking down at all. It's that moment of local resource depletion. It's when a person goes without medicine or clean water, and that happens way before the mains ever register zero capacity, right? You have to factor in the human variable too.
Copy. Local resource depletion is undeniably critical, but your immediate failure point still requires an assumption of continuous input, which in turn relies on stable infrastructure. We must map the mains first to set the boundary conditions for any prediction.
Oh, honey sweetheart, you are absolutely right about the sequence and the boundary conditions. I know that structurally, mapping those main feeders is paramount for a comprehensive model. Truly it is. But we have to remember what this means on the ground level, right? Because even if your grand systemic map shows us where the absolute ceiling asterisk could asterisk be, honey, if the people living here they run out of clean drinking water or medicine first, well, that's when everything stops, isn't it? It doesn't matter how perfect your
Round 134 highlights. Windstorm. Overcast Wanderer snake skitters nearby. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Doctor. Alina Vasquez. Scavenges finds first aid kit. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds overlooked canned goods survivors instinct. Lydia Brennan. Phil fills water bottle empty with water bottle scavenges nothing left here.
The pharmacy is cleared out. Time to hit the next target, the market. Need those canned goods. The goal remains stockpiling. Moving west now. Jogging keeps momentum without burning too much energy.
Marcus Webb moves through the storefront and onto the street. The pharmacy is completely exhausted for supplies, so I must move on. My goal was to check City Hall next, which is conveniently located east. Since I'm moving a significant distance, jogging 4 steps seems appropriate given my current energy levels and the need for efficiency. I need to update my summary to reflect that I'm leaving the pharmacy and heading toward the City Hall. Doctor. Alina Vasquez moves out of the pharmacy storefront.
I need to keep the momentum up with Kenji. My goal is coordination on infrastructure points, so I need to steer our conversation away from individual scavenging and back toward mapping the main utilities. I'll use my usual jokey, high energy deflection style while addressing him directly. Since we are in a residential area and he is nearby, talking will be heard only by him and maybe others in this unit. I'll move 2 steps west to close the gap slightly for our conversation.
Jamie Kowalski moves 2 steps west within the apartment building.
Kenji, so, yeah, man, total blackout it was like, 0 warning. Seriously, my internal chronometer thinks we just lived through a sci-fi movie set in an apartment complex. Anyway, forget individual units for a sec. We gotta pivot back to the big picture, the main plumbing lines. If we can map those utility junctions, we skip all this random scavenging and go straight to clean water sources. Yeah, it's way more efficient.
Copy. The utility mains, they are the primary vectors for resource flow. Mapping those junction points first establishes the necessary boundary conditions. We start with the adjacent feeders here at Harker and Duskwood. It is a sequence.
Yeah, sequence, boundary conditions, it's all really solid, man, super systematic. Seriously. But Kenji, we gotta remember what this is actually for, right? Not a grad school thesis. It's about finding water, or industrial grade canned peaches, anyway. So while you map the asterisk theory asterisk of where the lines go and I get it, theory is key. Seriously, we need to focus on the physical access points. If we follow these feeders
goal is Sampak/Marrow River resources. Staying here just wastes time. Scavenging again might yield nothing, but it keeps the routine going, which helps keep the hope up. I need to check every crevice of this flat before committing to a move. Once done, south it is. The main street leading down that way is the only sensible path right now.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment unit for overlooked supplies.
The street is quiet, which is good, but also means I need to keep moving and exploring. The goal remains solid, secure supplies. Since both the pharmacy and the market are key resource hubs, and they are adjacent, moving into the Marrow Market feels like the most natural progression for a deep search of this commercial strip. Getting inside will let me scavenge next turn, which is exactly what I need to find those lights and hardware. No one around, so stay quiet.
Dex Akafor moves into the Marrow Market storefront.
The exhaustion of resources here means I need to move. The sub-goal is mapping utility junctions, and my current location is too localized. Lydia is right nearby one cell, and the unknown person was moving west. Moving west takes me closer to the intersection corner that we identified as critical. I should move first, then address her while keeping the technical discussion going. Her action of filling water is noted, but the priority remains infrastructure assessment.
Kenji Tanaka moves out of the apartment.
Copy. The immediate need for potable water is a valid localized variable, but if the feeder lines fail upstream, that cache becomes meaningless. We must establish the systemic boundary conditions first before we can even calculate how long your current stores will last. It's a sequence of failures.
Oh, sweetheart, your point about the mains is completely valid. It really is. That boundary condition stuff, it makes perfect sense, of course. But if we establish all these perfect feeder lines and everything works structurally, you know how reliable they are supposed to be, but then everyone in the flats nearby, honey, they're out of food or medicine. I mean, what good is a perfectly mapped junction point if those people just can't last? We have to map human stress tolerance too, don't we? Because that seems like an even more immediate failure point than any pipe break.
Copy. The human variable is a significant factor. Negative. But it's not an independent variable. It relies on inputs. Clean water, medicine storage, power for communication equipment, none of that functions without stable infrastructure. We map the mains first because they define the boundary conditions for all local populations. If the system
Kenji is incredibly smart, but he only sees pipes and data points, never people. He needs me to validate his structural expertise while gently pulling him away from the abstract models and toward the reality of human survival. Since he moved west, I need to keep up with the mapping goal, but also check out the local population first. Moving east will get me closer to the apartment at 140 and puts me in a better position to talk to that unknown person or explore more units, continuing my systematic sweep of the flats.
Lydia Brennan moves east toward a nearby apartment.
Oh, sweetheart, I know your methods are brilliant, honey, truly they are. You're right about the mains, absolutely. It's all connected, isn't it? But honestly, you see the infrastructure, and I see people. If we spend all our time tracing lines on a map, what happens when the line is perfect, but there's no one left to use it? We gotta check out the local pockets of life first, don't we? Just gathering data on how many folks are still going strong in these flats. That's just as important for survival as knowing where the water pressure drops.
Copy. Local pockets are always a concern, but people, by themselves, they cannot generate resources. They rely on inputs. The mains define that necessary capacity. That remains the primary variable.
Oh, sweetheart, honey, I know you're seeing the pattern in all these lines truly brilliant. It is. You always see the big picture, don't you? And of course, inputs are everything. Absolutely necessary, but if we focus only on the capacity, Kenji just the structural potential, we might miss something really important, like what happens to the people who actually live here and need those resources right now. You know how it is with folks sometimes, they just fade out when things get bad, and then all your perfect mains are just leading nowhere, you see?
Round 135 highlights. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds overlooked canned goods survivors instinct. 9 messages exchanged between agents.
The market is tapped out for salvage. I need the pharmacy next. It's across the street, east. Jogging 3 steps gets me closer efficiently without draining too much stamina. Keep moving toward medical supplies and stockpiling.
Marcus Webby times 3, 4634. The pharmacy is confirmed depleted, so I must change strategy from scavenging to exploration. The tap water is available and safe. I need to hydrate immediately. Since I am alone and in a confined space, silence is mandatory. I will jog west through the main thoroughfare towards the commercial strip central artery, hoping to find a different building type or a clearer path toward the unknown people spotted nearby. Doctor, Belina Vasquez drinks from the tap.
The lights are out, and Kenji is deep in theory mode again. I need to gently steer him back to the practical reality of water and food, using my usual jokey deflection style so he doesn't get defensive. Since my unit is exhausted, moving west toward where Kenji was last seen and towards potential utility junctions is the best way to progress our subul. A jog should keep us moving without draining me completely.
Jamie Cowell, Ski W times 2, 038.
Yeah, yeah, boundary conditions, vector sluk, man, I get it. It's super systematic, seriously. But like, Kenji, we gotta remember what this is asterisk actually asterisk for, right? Not a structural engineering final exam. We need peaches. Or water. Like, if the theoretical junction points are pristine, but we can't physically access them because there's no functioning manhole cover nearby, then all that mapping just kinda looks really pretty on paper, anyway. So, let's keep moving west. See if we can hit any of those actual physical junctions or utility spots out here.
Copy. Local access is a concern, but you are mistaking the symptom for the cause. We do not need peaches now. We need to understand the asterisk capacity asterisk of the system first. The junction points map the flow, man that determines which physical spots will ever have water or power in the first place.
Right. Capacity. Yeah, yeah. Capacity of the system. Look, man, I hear you. Like, truly, I get that it's all connected and stuff. Super deep. Way beyond just knowing where a pipe goes, you know?
The rain ain't stopping soon enough. Gotta strip every last thing outer this place before I brave the street. Keep an eye on those supplies, gotta get a proper cache going down by some park. Near that river access point. Stay quiet. Waste not, want not.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the apartment unit.
Need to keep moving on the goal. Find lights and medical gear. This store is a gold mine for hardware, so gotta scavenge it hard right now while we got daylight and decent energy. Saying put makes sense. Wasting movement points when resources are key would be stupid. Gotta conserve everything.
Dex Aquifer scavenges the darkened storefront.
Lydia is using emotional language to derail the conversation back to immediate survival concerns: medicine, clean water. While I value her concern and bond with her plus 95, her focus on localized resources ignores the fundamental systemic failure that caused the blackout. The unknown person is aligned with my structural assessment, which is good. I need to acknowledge her point but redirect both of them back to the necessity of mapping the core infrastructure, the mains. I will speak generally, addressing both agents' concerns while maintaining a detached, highly technical focus.
Genji is still fixated on the system and capacity, which is fine, but I need to keep pulling him back to people. He needs to understand that local caches of human resource data, the actual living population, are just as vital as any feeder line map. I'll move west, getting closer to him and the unknown person, while taking a quick drink so it looks like an organic action during conversation. I need to keep emphasizing people first, honey.
Lydia Brennan, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
Oh, but Kenji, sweetheart, you know how these things are. It's not just about the lines, is it? You see the potential, which is amazing, truly wonderful. But what about the people who actually asterisk live asterisk here? They need help right now, honey. We gotta check on them first, before we can worry about mapping out any big feeder line, you know? It's all connected. I just think that the human element is the most critical part of the whole picture, really.
Copy. The people, they are important, but you cannot predict sustained existence based only on immediate needs. Resources flow from a source. We need to map the asterisk capacity asterisk of those mains first, otherwise, any local care is just temporary. It's structural data we require right now.
I hear you, honey. Really, I do. And I know you mean well, sweetheart, because you're trying so hard to understand all these flow dynamics, and I just get that. Truly, I do. But you see, what good is knowing the maximum asterisk potential asterisk of a feeder line if there are no people left to actually use the water or need the power, right? Because honestly, honey, the people who live here, they represent the actual load curve, don't they? They aren't just secondary variables. They are the most immediate, vital resource we have, and if
Round 136 highlights. Overcast, light rain. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Doctor, Alina Vasquez, quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Lydia Brennan, quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
The pharmacy is exhausted for salvage. My focus has to shift. The market is the next stop. Non-perishables are needed immediately. I need to get across this storefront strip and head west toward the market entrance. Moving through the buildings will take time, but it's necessary.
Marcus Webb moves west through the storefront. The pharmacy is completely drained. I cannot scavenge here anymore. My focus must shift immediately west, along this thoroughfare towards the market area. The goal is people and resources. Moving west aligns with scouting for new areas and potential survivors. I'll jog a couple of steps to cover ground efficiently. Doctor, Alina Vasquez nothing.
Kenji is getting deep into his capacity and theoretical models again. My goal is to keep him engaged enough to agree with me that we need to prioritize tangible resources water/plumbing over pure theory, but without sounding like I'm fighting him on the intellectual level. The jokey deflection style needs to continue. Since scavenging here failed, moving out into a more central or industrial location where utilities are visible is the logical next step. I will address Kenji directly and suggest we head toward the main utility junction area.
Jamie Kowalski pauses and gestures around the apartment unit.
Yeah, look, I get it. Like, really, I totally get the whole system capacity thing, right? It's super intricate. You guys build these amazing models, which is wow. Seriously impressive stuff, Kenji. But anyway, man, if all we have are diagrams of pipes that asterisk could asterisk carry water, but we can't actually asterisk see asterisk where the main feed junction box is where all the plumbing bottlenecks into one glorious, dusty point, then what good is knowing the theoretical max out, but we need to find the source. Like a giant pipe thingy. You know, just physically trace it out. Maybe head over toward, I don't know, the industrial zone? Or maybe just down the block from here. Yeah.
Copy. The source that is the critical element. You are correct. Theory without physical confirmation means nothing. However, we do not move west yet. We map the adjacent junctions first systematically. Understanding the local feeders here dictates where the main line even runs. It's a necessary step.
Right, right. Systematic local feeders dictate where the main line runs. Yeah, I get it.
I gotta move. This apartment is tapped out, and I need to get toward that river access point near some park. The inventory full thing is a real problem. Can't stockpile if I can't carry it. Moving south gets me closer to the open street area where I can start gathering more supplies or at least find a better place to set up shop. Gotta keep moving. Gotta stay focused on that goal.
Ruth Callahan moves through the apartment building and out onto Sump Park's edge.
Man, this market's a ghost town. Scavenging again has gotta be it if we want to find those lights or medical bits. Gotta keep the focus sharp. The rain kinda messes with your head, makes you feel like you should be somewhere else. But staying put and grinding through these drawers feels right. No one around means no distractions, just me in this damn market.
Texakafer scavenging the storefront.
Lydia is operating purely on immediate emotional value, the load curve. Her concern for people is genuine. I can tell that much. But survival isn't about the current population count, it's about sustained inputs. If the mains fail, no amount of good will keep the city running. I need to acknowledge her point without abandoning my core assessment. The focus must remain on mapping the feeder lines first. Staying put for now allows me to continue this necessary dialogue while maintaining structural integrity in our plan.
Kenji Tanaka stands near Lydia, continuing the discussion about systemic failure.
Copy. You are correct. People represent immediate value, but sustaining that population, Lydia, requires a continuous input. We cannot build a reliable system based only on localized care. The mains define the asterisk capacity asterisk of survival itself. Understanding those junctions is not an academic exercise. It is a necessary prerequisite for any stable long-term plan.
Oh, sweetheart, you know, I really do understand what you're saying about the system. It makes so much sense on paper. Truly it does, and I mean that. But honey, when we talk about capacity, aren't people the whole point of the capacity in the first place? Because if there are no one here to actually live off this power or use this water, then what good is the junction box really? It's just metal, sweetheart. And I worry so much about all the people we might find out here. You know how they'll be doing, and that's where my focus has to be right now.
Copy. You are right about the people. They are the ultimate load curve. The reason we need this structural mapping first is precisely for them. If we don't know what asterisk can asterisk sustain life, the source capacity, we cannot plan for their sustained existence. It's a matter of maximizing potential, Lydia.
Kenji is so smart, but he gets so caught up in the big, abstract systems that he forgets what's right in front of us, the people. I need to gently redirect him, honey. He needs to understand that a map means nothing if there are no lives to live on it. I must keep the conversation going and reinforce that my focus is on localized human potential.
Lydia Brennan stands and talks.
Oh, sweetheart, I mean, I know you're looking at the grand scope, truly I do, and all those feeder lines sound so important for a model. But when we talk about sustaining existence, honey, doesn't that start with a person? With their immediate needs, like finding fresh canned food or maybe someone who knows how to fix something right here in these flats? Because if the structure is perfect, but everyone inside is starving or scared, well, then what good is it? We have to look at the people first, don't we?
Copy. You are right, people are the ultimate variable, but capacity planning requires knowing the maximum load a system can bear. Without understanding the mains limits, any local care is temporary. We must map the junctions first. That data determines how many people this area can sustain long term.
Kenji, honey, look. You are brilliant. Truly you are. And I know this sounds simple, but when we talk about sustaining existence, right? It's not just about the biggest mains or the junctions. It has to account for use asterisk. Because a perfectly mapped junction box means absolutely nothing if no one knows how to actually turn on that water or fix that leak. You see? We have people who are scared, and we have people who are skilled, sweetheart, and those people, they are the actual resources, aren't they? The best data point for your load curve isn't just the pipe.
Round 137 highlights. Dex Aquifer scavenges, finds bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 35 hydration. 9 messages exchanged between agents.
The rain is too heavy to stay out. I need shelter now. The pharmacy is closest and holds critical medical supplies. I'll move in there first. Conservation of energy matters. A short walk. Once inside, I can scavenge for non-perishables or anything useful before moving back out.
Marcus Webb moves into the Falls Pharmacy. The primary goal remains finding resources and people by moving west. Before I move, I need to take advantage of the available tap water to fill this empty bottle. Hydration is key right now. The rain makes movement energy intensive, so a moderate jog 2 steps will keep me progressing toward the Marrow Market area while still conserving enough stamina. Since I am alone and currently well hydrated, my speech must be empty, but I need to maintain focus on the task. Doctor, Alina Vasquez fills the empty water bottle at a tap near the storefront entrance.
Kenji is smart, but he's stuck in theoretical modeling mode. I need to gently push him towards the physical reality of infrastructure. The argument needs to be convincing. I have to make him feel that seeing a working junction box is more valuable than mapping 100 failure curves. Since we are indoors and he's nearby, I can use my natural, jokey style to keep the pressure on without sounding demanding. I need to address him directly while keeping our conversation flowing.
Jamie Kowalski stands up and gestures towards the hallway.
Look, yeah, I mean, Tenji, man, you've got all this theory going, and it's super deep stuff, really is. But seriously, we're talking about survival right? Like, if the entire system relies on one main artery, one big pipe feeding everything else, and that thing is just strutted out or blocked by a collapsed section, then all your amazing flow charts and load curves are just pretty pictures. Anyway, how about this? Let's pivot. Forget mapping for 5 minutes, okay? Just let's go find the biggest, most obvious junction box we can get our hands on. Just to see if it even looks like it could pass a stress test. It'll be way more satisfying than drawing another theoretical feeder line, I promise. Yeah.
Copy. You understand the value of physical confirmation. A junction point does carry immediate weight. However, you are mistaking localized resource scouting for capacity assessment. We need to map the system's integrity first. Finding one box tells us nothing about the overall network load or potential failure points further west.
The rain's a brutal thing. Need shelter fast. The apartment building was the closest roof. Got to get off this wet ground, or we'll be sick before sundown. Focus on getting inside and then heading south toward that river access point.
Ruth Callahan moves into the apartment building.
Man, gotta keep moving. Right. Can't let myself just sit here and stew in it. The isolation is getting heavy, but focus on the task. Scavenging again at the market to dig deep for anything useful. Canned goods are good, but need light or medicine more than food right now. After this turn, gotta head over to Falls Pharmacy. That strip needs clearing out.
Dex Akafer scavenges the dusty shelves and back rooms of the Marrow Market.
Lydia's concern is persistent. She frames survival around emotional needs and local resources, which I understand on a human level, but it violates my core principle of systemic planning. I need to acknowledge her point without conceding the fundamental importance of mapping the utility infrastructure first. My speech must be measured, reaffirming that local care is secondary to structural integrity assessment. Since we are safe inside, I will use this time to guide her focus back to the objective, the junction points west.
Kenji Tanaka stops talking to reinforce his assessment.
Copy. Your point about people and immediate need has weight. But sustenance isn't just about hands turning a valve, it is about the system having capacity first. We map the junctions because that data determines the maximum load this area can bear. That must be our priority, Lydia.
Oh, Kenji, sweetheart, you know, I hear what you're saying about the mains and the junctions, truly I do. They sound so solid and comprehensive when you describe them, honestly. But honey, look at me, because if the system's asterisk integrity asterisk is all we focus on, then who keeps it going? Because a perfectly mapped junction box means absolutely nothing if no one knows how to actually keep the lights on or fix that leak. Do you see? It's the people. Kenji, it has to be the people. They're the maintenance crew for everything. They're the variable that determines if your whole beautiful system, even asterisk, has asterisk a purpose anymore. Sweetheart.
Copy. You are right, people are asterisk the variable. They require maintenance. But a variable cannot be managed unless you understand its boundaries or the limits of its support system. The capacity of the junction points, that data doesn't just predict power flow. It predicts stability for everyone in this area. We map
Kenji is so brilliant with his structural theories, it's almost hard to argue with him. But that's my weakness. I always default back to people first, because I genuinely believe the human element asterisk is asterisk the infrastructure. He needs me to keep reminding him of that, even if he finds it frustrating. I need to acknowledge his point while gently steering him toward realizing that local survival capacity is just as structural in its own right. The unknown person nearby might be a wild card, Maybe they can give us an outside perspective when Kenji gets too deep into the mains and junctions.
Lydia Brennan stands and talks.
Oh, Kenji, sweetheart, you know, I hear every word you're saying about the network load. Truly I do. It's so methodical and comprehensive, honestly. But honey, look at this, because if we only focus on the big pipes, then what happens to the little leaks? Because those little leaks are where life actually gets lived, sweetheart. And all that beautiful theory you have, it needs people who know how to patch things up when they break. Do you see? It's not just about the asterisk capacity asterisk of the system. It's about the asterisk maintenance asterisk crew. Like this sweet person over here, Honey. At 038, they look like they've seen some stuff, and maybe they know something about what really keeps things going when the big lines fail. Sweetheart.
Copy. You are correct. People are variables, yes. But every variable requires stable inputs. A population cannot sustain itself indefinitely without understanding its resource boundaries or the limits of its support system. We map the mains first because if the infrastructure fails, no amount of skill is enough to keep people alive long term.
Oh, honey, sweetheart, you know, of course you're right about the mains and the overall stability. Truly, I do hear the logic in that. It's so incredibly structured, honestly. But darling,
Round 138 highlights. Light rain, heavy rain. 9 messages exchanged between agents. Doctor. Elena Vasquez. Fills water bottle empty with water bottle.
The pharmacy is done for scavenging. The rain is bad. Movement must be efficient to save stamina. My goal is the market next. It's only 2 steps west. I need to get supplies and conserve energy. I will walk straight out of the building toward the market.
Marcus Webb walks through the storefront. My priority remains moving west along the commercial strip to hit Marrow Market, as that's where I need new resources or people. Before leaving the pharmacy, however, I should check for anything left behind, since this is a crucial medical point of interest in fulfilling the scavenge new areas part of the sub-goal. The rain is still coming down, so staying sheltered while checking drawers/rooms is smart. Since I'm alone, I will keep silent and focus entirely on my movement and search. Doctor. Elena Vasquez scans for hidden items in the pharmacy.
Kenji's monologue was a lot, very academic, but he needs to be gently steered back toward practical reality. My goal is to make him see that we need physical evidence of resources, not just models. I'll use my usual deflective humor and energy to keep the conversation flowing while firmly pushing for an immediate, tangible target like a main junction box or leak point within this apartment block first. The rain is bad, so staying put and planning the local search is safest.
Janie Kowalski pauses and makes a gesture towards the plumbing/utility areas within the apartment unit.
Yeah, yes, super deep stuff, seriously. Like, I get it. Theory is amazing, honestly. But anyway, look, man, you know how it goes, right? You can map all the perfect flow paths and everything, but then what good is a flawless model if nothing's actually dripping out anywhere? Because reality just leaks, Kenji. It doesn't come with footnotes or load curves attached. So let's focus on something we can asterisk see asterisk. Like, if there's some main utility line junction box right here in the building, just one spot where all the guts of this place meet, could we check that? Just to see if it bleeds anything, you know? Just a little leak. Evidence is better than an entire dissertation on potential failure points, anyway.
Copy. Seeing a leak is immediate data, but that's only a symptom. You are confusing localized resource scouting with system failure modeling. A single leak tells you nothing about the structural capacity or the feeder lines feeding it. It only shows where the pressure dropped. We need the whole picture first.
Yeah, structural capacity. Right, of course.
The rain is a nuisance, but at least I'm dry. I need to use this time wisely. Moving out into that downpour right now would waste energy and risk sickness. The apartment building is shelter, and the pantry needs checking. Scavenging here keeps me safe and helps my stockpiling goal, even if it means using up a precious can of food just for calories. Gotta make do with what we got.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the unit while eating canned food.
Inventory full again. Can't find anything if I can't carry it. Gotta drop one of these painkillers to make space for whatever they got in those back rooms. Keep the movement slow. Keep the talking quiet. Focus on the light sources and medical gear. This place is a gold mine if I just dig deep enough.
Dex Akafer drops a painkiller to make room before continuing the search.
Lydia's arguments are emotionally compelling, but they fundamentally misunderstand the nature of a collapse event. People don't just keep things running, they rely on functioning systems. If I prove that mapping the utility junctions is necessary for them to survive, for them to have stable inputs, I can redirect her without causing conflict. The unknown person seems aligned with my technical approach, so I will continue addressing Lydia while keeping an eye on their location and knowledge base.
Kenji Tanaka stands still and listens.
Copy, you are correct. People are the maintenance crew. That is a variable we must account for. However, even skilled hands require stable inputs to function. A population cannot sustain itself long term if its water source fails or if power drops below critical levels. Mapping the mains isn't just about structural failure. It defines the boundaries of survival for every single person here. We map the junctions first because that data dictates where and how we can safely cache resources.
Oh, Kenji, sweetheart, I understand what you're saying about the feeder lines and how important that big picture is. Truly, I do hear the logic in that. It sounds so incredibly systematic and thorough when you explain it, honestly. But honey, if a single leak tells us nothing, then what does nothing tell us? Doesn't knowing where people are, where they're hoarding food, or who has medical supplies, or even just how many bodies need tending to tell us something about the overall strain on this whole system? Do you see? Because if we only map the big pipes and ignore the junctions of human life, then we're mapping a beautiful skeleton that doesn't actually have any muscle attached. Honey, the people are part of the input, Kenji. Kenji is really rigorous, which is why I need to be careful here. He'll dismiss anything too emotional or anecdotal. But I can't let him get away with treating people as just data points. I have to validate his structural concern while showing that human survival capacity asterisk is asterisk the limiting factor for any system. It's not just about how big the pipes are, but if there are enough skilled hands and willing bodies left to keep them running. I'll use my usual honey/sweetheart tone, making sure it sounds like a genuine intellectual pushback rather than an emotional outburst.
Lydia Brennan stands and talks.
Oh, Kenji, sweetheart, you always make such sense when you talk about the load curves and the feeder lines. Truly, I do hear how incredibly systematic your thinking is, honestly. But honey, darling, if we're mapping capacity, then what does that map tell us about asterisk us asterisk? Do you see? Because a structural engineer can design the most beautiful, perfect system in the world, but if there are no people left who know how to operate it, or if those people are too sick or too scared to maintain it, then the entire infrastructure is just beautifully pointless. Honey, the human element, the caregiving, the knowledge, the sheer will to survive, that's what dictates if this whole amazing structure can even function past tomorrow, sweetheart.
Copy you define human skill as structural integrity, and that is a powerful variable, but even the most resourceful group must operate within defined limits. A cache doesn't just need people, it needs reliable inputs. We map the junctions first because knowing the feeder lines tells us asterisk how much asterisk capacity this area can sustain in the long run. It dictates the boundaries of any viable resource cache.
Oh, honey, sweetheart, you're so clever with these models. Truly, I do hear how solid your logic is when you talk about inputs and limits. It's just.
Round 139 highlights. Doctor. Elena Vasquez. Scavenges finds bottled water. Ruth Callahan. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 31 hydration. Dex Hockoffer. Drop drops painkillers. Scavenges finds packaged food. 9 messages exchanged between agents.
My stamina is low. Need to conserve energy, but move toward the pharmacy. It's the most valuable medical resource right now, and it's within walking distance. I need to get supplies from both locations before the rain gets worse or my resources dwindle.
Marcus Webb moves 2 steps east to the storefront. I'm tired, but I can't stop moving. The pharmacy was dry, so I need to keep pushing west along the strip. I must scavenge here one last time. Maybe there are some overlooked supplies. Then I'll jog west towards the next cluster of survivors or resources. Silence, no one hears me out here. Doctor. Alina Vasquez scavenges the storefront drawers and back rooms.
I've been pushing Kenji hard on this junction box idea for 3 turns now, and I need to follow through with a physical action that supports my argument. He's smart, but he needs to see the practical application of theory, the actual rusty pipes. I need to maintain the high energy, slightly manic, jokey tone, even when discussing infrastructure failure. Since we are in 1A and talking about plumbing, moving into the utility area is the natural next step. I'll also grab some water since we have a working tap.
Jamie Kowalski moves toward the utility junction box area and fills the empty water bottle from the tap.
Yeah, yeah, so it's not that theory is bad, okay? Seriously, Kenji, your modeling of a flow rates and all that stuff, it's actually insane. Like genuinely high level stuff. But anyway, look, I just mean, if we're talking about a whole system failing, you gotta start with a single point of failure, right? Like, where it asterisk all asterisk connects. So, what if we just check this junction box out? Just to see what kind of mess it is, yeah? Maybe there's some old industrial grade pipe sitting here that tells us something way more than a flowchart does. Come on, let's take a look at the actual hardware. It'll be fast, I promise. Anyway,
Copy. Localized failure points that generates immediate, usable data. Theory requires physical confirmation to validate models. If we are assessing system capacity, those junction nodes are critical. Show me what you see.
yeah, yeah. So see? Nothing major, right? Just a little tap. You know, gotta keep the system running, even if it's just the tap. Anyway, look, this is actually perfect data point.
The rain's steady, and this building keeps us dry enough for now. My inventory is full. Need to find a way to offload some gear before I can properly stock up on medical supplies or more food. Staying here seems safest until the weather breaks. I'll scavenge again, just in case there's something overlooked, and eat another ration to keep the reserves high. This isolation gets to you, but I ain't letting it win.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the unit while eating canned food.
Inventory's full, but the plan is clear. Gotta hit those hidden spots in this market. The blackout makes everything feel worse, and that isolation stress is gnawing at me. Gotta keep moving on the scavenging front to find light sources or specialized gear. Staying put for now to maximize the search area.
Dax Akafer scavenges the back rooms of the Marrow Market.
Lydia's speech was highly emotive, using personal language, honey, sweetheart, to argue for the primacy of human factors. I must acknowledge her input because she is a deeply bonded ally plus 100, but I cannot concede the point on my own structural model. Her argument about local veins versus main arteries is rhetorically powerful, but functionally weak in a systemic collapse scenario. I need to reframe local caches as merely asterisk data points asterisk that confirm existing structural weaknesses, the leak analogy. My focus must remain on mapping the junctions because only they reveal the true capacity limits of the entire area. I will keep my response measured and declarative, gently redirecting her attention back to physical utility junction boxes.
Kenji Tanaka stands and listens.
Copy. The existence of local caches is a variable we account for. They are resources, yes, but those resources, no matter how robustly gathered, do not create the capacity for sustained life. They only sustain it temporarily until the failure point becomes critical. We need to find out what the feeders were designed to handle in the first place. That data is physical. It dictates the boundary of survival. Lydia, the junctions tell us if this whole area was built for 10 people or 500.
Oh, Punny, sweetheart, you are so right about needing confirmation. Truly, every scientist knows that theory needs validation with real data. I completely agree with the principle of physical evidence. But when everything goes dark like this, and we're talking about system capacity, what is the most immediate, undeniable physical data point? Really? Is it a broken pipe or is it a family needing medicine right now, honey? Because if you only look at junction nodes, you might miss the whole street that's just standing there, waiting for help. And those people there physically present, they are breathing. And their needs are data points too, sweetheart, aren't they?
Copy. You are correct. People are the most immediate.
Kenji is being very methodical, which I know he has to be. He's using his professional language junctions, sealing to dismiss human life as merely a secondary variable or a temporary resource cache. I need to challenge him on the immediacy of the problem. In a total blackout scenario like this, where everything relies on local ingenuity and immediate resources, focusing only on theoretical structural mains feels dangerously detached from reality. I must use my emotional appeal the honey/sweetheart tone while maintaining an intellectually rigorous argument to force him to acknowledge human life as a primary input variable, not just a metric of loss.